Greetings, planet Earth. I see you have fallen into my hands. Well, now that you're all here, I believe it is time to read you the most horrifying, the most horrific, the most unbelievable piece of fiction your puny little human minds will ever experience. I am, of course, talking about Paper Mario, the Temple of the Sun. Sorry, the music was playing and I had to go along with that. But yeah, hello, how's it going? Today is Friday, I'm off work, off a long day of work. One building took so long to clean, I did most of the bathrooms. But, you know, enough about me and my bathroom issues, my bathroom troubles. Today, we're just gonna read more of Paper Mario, the Temple of the Sun, which, last time, when we left off on a pretty high note for the story. Chapter 4, we made a new friend. The storytelling was really like engrossing, especially towards the beginning and middle of it, and I'm really excited to see where it all goes from here. Which I'm pretty sure I said that for most of the chapters. I just want to see where it goes from here, just like an actual Paper Mario game. And you know, speaking of Paper Mario games, and I think about a week from now, we're gonna see the release of Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door remake, which I'm looking forward to that one. I hope it's really good. I'm sure it is. But yeah, enough stalling. Let's just get right into the story. Let me get this. Aha! Hello! Alright, so last time we left off on the end of chapter 4. But we didn't quite finish chapter 4 yet. We still have to do the interludes and post chapter 4 stuff. So yeah, let's get right into that. Why don't we? And oh wait, hold on, I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, I got my water, nice and cool, just to keep my voice hydrated. Also, I just realized something. I didn't check the weather today. If stream is gonna like cut out again as usual, that's fine. I'm still gonna record it on YouTube. But yeah, I apologize if at some point in the stream cuts out. But anyway, enough stalling. Let's get right into it. The Temple of the Sun, 00. Also, wait. How big is the text? Yeah, I think that's good. Alright. Not much. Not much had happened since Peach, Luigi, and Toadsworth had last ventured down the stairs. There had been no further visit from King Shroud, and they hadn't found out any more information about the Sun Souls. Currently, they were trying to find some way to pass the time. But it wasn't working very well. Well, yeah, because time itself is not passing. Oh, I can't stand it any longer, Peach finally fumed, standing up quickly. Oh shit, the music's going nuts. You know she's had enough. I can't stand just sitting up here and not knowing what's going on when Mario could be in danger for all we know. Also, I just realized, I accidentally unchecked capture cursor. There it is. Sorry about that. Now, Peach, we shouldn't go down those stairs unless we absolutely have to, Luigi said timidly. We could get in big trouble if we're caught. We have to stay safe. Peach rolled her eyes. Oh, Luigi, if we do nothing but stay up here, then we'll never find out where the next Sun Soul is, and no one will be safe. She marched over to the clock. Now come on, you two. I'm through with waiting. It's no use, lad. She's always like this, Toadsworth muttered to Luigi as they walked after her. I can't get her to stay put no matter what I do. It's a wonder she doesn't get kidnapped even more often. A wonder, you say? Oh. Hello, Zeta. How's it going? Yep, I'm reading Chapter 5 of Paper Mario: The Temple of the Sun, which, if going by previous streams, it's gonna be a long one. This story is so fucking long, I tell you. I hope you're doing good. Peach opened up the stairway under the clock, and once again, the group made their way slowly down to the lower floor of the temple. They arrived in the ornate golden green hallway, and looking around, they saw that it was empty. Wait, hold on. I looked away for a bit. I think I lost track. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Princess Peach, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly is our plan? Asked Luigi. It was clear from the look on his face that he didn't like being down here one bit. I think we already know that. Peach just shrugged. We do what we always do, Luigi. We look around and we fuck around for clues. Now let's go. So they walked quietly down the hallway, with Peach taking the lead as she pulled open every door on each slide and glanced into every room. Unfortunately, all of them were empty. I knew this was a bad idea, Luigi whimpered. We're not going to find anything, and we're going to get caught, and... Oh my, what's this room? Peach has just pulled open the door to the large room where King Shroud had last held his meeting with the Dark Striders. Luigi recognized the place instantly. This was the room he had to infiltrate. This time, however, the windows were dark, and the room was almost completely impossible to see. This place is beautiful, Peach breathed. So wait, this room is almost completely impossible to see, and yet she could tell how beautiful it is. Good eyes, Peach. Even without the light, she could make out the vaulting ceiling, the red carpet, and the altar at the far end. That's a lot of specific details for something that's almost completely impossible. I wonder what sort of things are in here. Princess, this is highly unadvisable. Toadsworth snapped as Peach walked down the carpet, gazing around at the room. Clearly there's nothing in here. We should leave before it's too late. Toadsworth, I'm just looking around, she assured him. What's the harm in that? After all, there could be an important clue hidden somewhere in here. Toadsworth and Luigi reluctantly decided she wouldn't be swayed. And so all three of them wandered up the red carpet, glancing around nervously before they finally arrived at the altar. We really shouldn't be in here. What if we get caught? Luigi protested. We're not going to be caught, Luigi. All we have to do is... My lord? Summon us? Everyone jumped in complete horror upon hearing the familiar voice coming from the entrance. Peach spun around in a panic. What do we do? She whispered loudly. Hide! Luigi hissed, grabbing her by the wrist and yanking her under the altar. Toadsworth, unfortunately, wasn't quick enough and found himself looking around frantically before three figures suddenly appeared in the doorway. My lord, is that you? Asked Jeff, squinting in the darkness. It was really impossible to see. Toadsworth's mind was racing. Wait. Hold on. I need to check something real quick. Am I actually reading, the right story? I'll get back to that soon. Oh yeah, no, I am reading the right story. Okay. Going back. I'm getting like deja vu from this moment. Like, did this happen before with Toadsworth getting caught? He cleared his throat. Yes, it's me, he said loudly, trying to impersonate Shroud's voice. What do you want? Luigi's eyes widened in disbelief as Peach smacked herself in the forehead. We're doomed, she muttered. My lord, I'm afraid we come with bad news, Jaff sighed, preparing himself for a verbal lashing as he and the others took a few steps into the room. Mario defeated that ringmaster. He has the fourth Sun Soul. From where she was hiding, Peach's heart leapt in excitement. Toadsworth was obviously excited as well, but calmed himself before he broke character. Oh, well, yes, that is unfortunate. But it was his fault, not ours, Pell insisted. Please, my lord, we've done everything you told us to. Don't punish us for this! Toadsworth blinked rapidly. What? Oh. No, that's quite alright, minions? All three Darkstriders looked stunned. Are you certain, my lord? Asked Jaff. Oh yes, we shall apprehend that no good Mario next time, I'm sure. Peach and Luigi had to try very hard not to burst out giggling. Toadsworth was enjoying himself a little too much. So then, does that mean we should go guard the next Sun Soul now? Nob asked once he realized they weren't going to be punished. Mario will probably get over here in no time. Ow! Just how thick are you? Hissed Jaff, who had just cut him off with a smack to the head. You want us to go back to that nightmarish place? We barely made it out there with our lives the first time. Toadsworth was intrigued. Remind me again, where did you hide the next Sun Soul? He ventured. Jaff turned to him. The Poison Factory, my lord. The one at the source of the Trickleback River, he replied. But you must have heard of that place. Nothing could possibly survive there long. We hid the Sun Soul there as a last resort. Yeah, no matter what, there's no way Mario could get through there with his life. Pell agreed with a shudder. Even we were creeped out by that place. Peach and Luigi glanced at each other. Toadsworth pondered this for a moment, then quickly cleared his throat. Well, very good then, he decided. If that's the truth, I suppose there's no point in going after Mario now, is there? Pell's eyes lit up. You mean it? Oh yes, as a matter of fact, I strictly forbid you from going over there. Yes, it certainly won't do to have you all in danger. The Darkstriders all looked relieved. You are too kind, my lord, Jaff said, graciously. If that is the case, we will return to the more pressing matter. You wish us to continue testing King Bowser, correct? What? Toadsworth said dumbly before he noticed Peach giving him a frantic gesture. Oh, I mean, yes, of course, King Bowser. I assure you, he will meet your requirements perfectly, said Jaff. We'll see to him right now. Yes, very good, Toadsworth agreed. The Darkstriders immediately stepped back and were enveloped in a cloud of smoke, disappearing without another word. Once a tense moment had passed, and they realized they were alone again, Peach and Luigi quietly stood up as Toadsworth turned to face them smugly. Well, I say, I didn't realize I was so good at impressions, he chortled. Yes, Toadsworth, that's wonderful, Peach said somewhat hastily. Now let's get out of here quickly before we're found out. That's what I said before, Luigi said fretfully. The three of them raced out of the room as quickly as they could, with Peach pulling Toadsworth along as their minds raced with the information they had just learned. The minute they had gone, an enormous pillar of black smoke suddenly rose up out of the floor, and King Shroud appeared in the room. When he realized he was alone, he frowned deeply. Jaff, Pell, Nob, he snapped, looking around impatiently. I summoned them for a meeting in here. Where are they? He stomped the floor with a scepter. Darkstriders! There was absolutely no reply. Shroud sighed and massaged his temple. His temple of the sun, oh. Minions, he grumbled. Well, I love this moment. I like the whole moment where it's like, it was too fucking dark, and these three guys are so stupid to like misunderstood the situation. Oh my god, hold on. Hey, okay, hold on. Who is this? What is the story you just sent me? What? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I think I'm just gonna hold on. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, my name is Celestial Ludenberg. Is that your name? I appreciate you sending me stories, but I've said it before that I'm not interested in taking requests, and furthermore, like, that's basically all you do on my stream, so I'm sorry, I'm just gonna block you. Sorry. Back to what was I reading? Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I do say that was a most productive excursion, Toadsworth said proudly as the trio returned to the top of the stairs. Master Mario will be quite pleased to know where the next Sunsoul is. Luigi frowned. Yeah, doesn't sound as fun as a circus, he remarked. A factory in the middle of some river? Princess Peach, do you know anything about that? I imagined that the factory chapter would actually be more lighthearted than the last chapter. Oh, that would be kind of cool. Well, I read all about Trickleback River, Peach assured him. It's the largest body of water in Chronoside. It's where the entire country gets its water from. But I've never heard anything about a factory. It sure sounded dangerous, though, Luigi went on faintly. Even those blue guys didn't like talking about it. I sure hope Mario knows what he's getting into. Oh, don't worry, Luigi, Peach sighed. Try to be optimistic. Mario's made it this far already. I'm sure whatever's in that factory, he'll take care of it. Luigi and Toadsworth could only gaze glumly at her, hoping she was right. She put on an encouraging expression for them, but it didn't seem to be working. She didn't know why, but suddenly she was having trouble believing her own words. What could possibly be going on in that factory to frighten even the Darkstriders? Something told Peach that Mario's quest was about to get much, much more difficult. Damn. Whew. Saluna Town, 12 o'clock noon. Inside one of the many shops in Saluna Town, the two toads who ran the place were jovially going about their business, humming to themselves as they dusted the counter and stocked the shelves. This was obviously too good to last. Grah! Alright, Pipsqueaks, open up. Pete Bowser shouted as he literally ripped the door off its hinges and flung it away. The great Bowser is hungry, so fork over your good stuff. What the? Ah! What is that thing? Shrieked one of the toads. I must be seeing things. I knew I had too many mushrooms. Wow. Oh, whatever. You nerds are no help. Bowser sniffed as both toads frantically dived behind the counter. Now let's see. What have we got in here? I'm famished. King Bowser, what do you think you're doing? Just as he was about to start raiding the shelves, Bowser froze in place, then reluctantly turned around to find himself looking down at the Darkstriders. Jaff was glaring up at him. Oh, it's you three again, he muttered. What do you mean? What am I doing? I can do whatever I want around here. Haven't you ever heard of diplomatic immunity? King Bowser, if you please, Jaff said impatiently. We come to administer to you the second test. In case you forgot, we still haven't deemed you worthy of fighting Mario just yet. Bowser looked highly insulted. You're joking, right? He said, folding his arms. Oh, the iconic Bowser folding arms pose. My favorite. Come on! I'm Bowser, the king of the ring, the supreme awesome guy. Well, if that's true, then passing these tests should be no problem for you at all, Jaff replied with a glimmer in his eyes. Now do you accept our conditions, or don't you? Bowser glowered at him. Oh, fine, he muttered. This better all be worth it when I finally get to pummel Mario. Perfect, said Jaff. Your test begins right now. Then, to Bowser's complete shock, the backdrop of the store around them suddenly fell away piece by piece. Within moments, they were all on the set of a game show. Oh, boy. Bowser was standing behind a podium, and so were Pell and Knob. What did the... Bowser whipped his head around. Why does it seem vaguely familiar? Pell was freaking out. What the heck is going on? King Shroud had better appreciate this. This is incredibly degrading, muttered Jaff, who was standing in front of them and wearing a big gaudy bow tie for some reason. Oh, I mean, welcome one and all to this year's edition of everyone's favorite game show, Know Your Chronoside. We have a special guest today, ladies and gentlemen, so put your hands together for the one, the only, King Bowser Koopa. King Bowser Koopa, that's the last name apparently. An unseen audience started cheering wildly. Bowser grinned smugly as he waved and bowed, not even questioning the impossibility of all this. Alright, gentlemen, here's your first question, said Jaff, pulling out a cue card. Which is better, day or night? Bowser blinked. What? What kind of dumb question is that? King Bowser, please follow the rules. You must buzz in your answer, Jaff snapped. Oh, sorry. Bowser slammed his buzzer. What kind of dumb question is that? A loud buzzing noise sounded as the unseen audience started booing. Bowser looked stunned. I'm afraid the correct answer was night, King Bowser. Wow. Jaff said sternly, remember, to pass this test, you must answer 3 of the 5 questions. Now, moving on. What is the goal of our supreme leader, King Shroud? Nob slammed his buzzer. Throw an ice cream party? The buzzing noise sounded again as Jaff stared at him incredulously. Nob, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, it's all the excitement. I can't think straight. Oh, for the love of... Bowser rolled his eyes and slammed his buzzer. He wants to get rid of daytime or something like that. A pleasant thing sounded as Jeff nodded. Very good, King Bowser. You are correct. Now your next question. What is the most hated foe of King Shroud, who must be eliminated at all costs? Oh, I got this one. Bowser chuckled, slamming his buzzer. It's Mario! The ding sounded again, and the audience cheered wildly as Bowser started flexing for them. Damn. Another correct answer, King Bowser. Jeff said in approval. The stakes are rising, gentlemen. It's anyone's game. Now, question number 4. What mystical relics must Mario be prevented from ever obtaining? Nob slammed his buzzer. The ice cream sundaes of power? I'm sorry, alright. Wait, what? The buzzing noise sounded as Jeff smacked himself in the forehead. What is wrong with you, Nob? What is it with you and ice cream? I'm sorry, alright? I'm hungry. Pell slammed his buzzer. The Sun Souls! The digging noise sounded as Pell shook his fist in the air and the audience cheered. Well, King Bowser, it all comes down to this, Jeff said in a serious voice. You must answer this question correctly in order to pass the test. Yeah, bring it, baby, Bowser sneered, pounding on his podium. Your final question. Jeff dramatically pulled out the cue card. Who is the supreme ruler of Chronoside, who will reign glorious all over us for all eternity? Nob slammed his buzzer. Sorry, I'm not answering. I just gotta ask. Can we please break for lunch? I'm starving. Jeff's eye twitched dangerously. That's it, Nob. I had it with you, he roared, throwing his microphone at Nob and hitting him in the head. Bowser shook his head. Well, better give these guys what they want. Just thinking of beating up Mario. It'll all pay off. He slammed his buzzer. King Shroud? The digging noise sounded, and confetti suddenly fell from the ceiling as the audience burst into insane applause. That is correct! Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this year's Know Your Chronoside, King Bowser. Woo! Yeah! I'm awesome. You love me. You dig me. Bowser sang, doing a victory dance. He was so caught up in the act that he failed to notice the game show stage disappearing around them, as the backdrop of the store rose back up into place. What the? He saw what had happened and blinked. Ah, darn it. This was the single most humiliating experience of my life. None of this ever leaves this building. Jeff hissed, ripping off his bow tie. Alright then, King Bowser, you have passed the second test. Congratulations. We will return here to administer the next test before long. Bowser frowned. What? Oh, come on. That wasn't enough? What else do I gotta do to please you guys? King Shroud will reform us when he deems you worthy, Jeff replied curtly. Wait for our return, Pell. Nob, let's go. Yeah, go do whatever, Bowser grumbled as the Dark Striders backed away and disappeared into black smoke. What do I care? I can keep myself entertained until then. Muttering to himself, he stumped out of the store, but not before swiping a super shroom off of one of the shelves for good measure. The two Toad shopkeepers, who had witnessed this entire spectacle, slowly rose up from behind the counter, looking fearfully at each other. Yeah, I definitely had too many mushrooms, said the first one. Oh, gee. Author's notes. Not much to say about this one. Basically, just waiting for Chapter 5 to start up at this point. Sorry you guys had to wait so long for a boring update. Well, maybe you should write a better story, author. I kid. But that was a fun little interlude. So let's get right into post Chapter 4. The interlude after the interlude. But first, I'm actually going to take a short break and check if dinner is ready, so I'll be back. Sorry for the very immediate break, not even half an hour in. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I got my dinner. Just need to cool off though, so let's keep reading. Alright. Hey, look! Another update already! Yeah, winter break to thank for this. Yeah. It happens. Alright. Starshine. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized. The author's note is cut off. So I need to fix that real quick, actually. My bad. Wow, it's really cut off, actually. I did not realize that. There we go. Oh, sorry. And then... yeah, I think that's good. Well, actually, let me adjust it even more. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Is this song also a remix? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. I don't remember where though, but I'm definitely familiar with this song. But yeah, let's get right back into the story. Starshine Circus, 1:30 a.m. Mario's team and all the performers had returned to the circus grounds for a large amount of celebrating and relaxing. Dula was having such a wonderful time with all of her friends that she never wanted it to end. But finally, the inevitable happened, and Mario decided it was time for his party to carry on with their adventure. Mario says, "No more celebration." Ruthless motherfucker. Yeah, I know it's for Mario and Luigi, but I'm talking about like the specific song. Like I'm curious if this is actually like, if this is just Mario and Luigi music's like original music, then fuck me, I guess. It just sounds so familiar to me though. Like I swear I've heard it somewhere else before. So, you guys are going? Benny asked unhappily as they were all standing around in the middle of the circus tent. Well, gosh, we can't thank you guys enough for everything you did for us. We'll never forget you. Oh, by the way, Zeta, I've said this early on stream, but I checked the weather today, and apparently there's gonna be like a storm happening, and it's very likely that the stream will cut out. I will continue just reading the story even when my OBS disconnects, just because, you know, I am recording this for YouTube, and I will post it on there. But yeah, if at any point like the stream cuts off and then somehow I come back, you are gonna miss a good chunk of the story. So I don't know, if you want to like catch up with the story, you have the VOD for that. Oh shit, the river overflooded. Yeah, where I'm at right now, like we've been getting like regular rainstorms and stuff, and unfortunately like we have like our internet is affected by that, so that's why my stream cuts off and stuff. But yeah, it sucks to hear about the river though. I hope you're safe. So where was I? The song is so cool too. Partners in Time has a really underrated soundtrack, honestly. So, you guys are going? Oh yeah, I read that before. Yeah, I guess you guys coming here was a good thing after all. Who knew? Imogen remarked. It was our pleasure, Mario assured him. But now that you guys are all free, what are you going to do? Imogen smirked. Well, we were planning on getting as far away from the circus as possible. But then we figured out we don't know how to do much of anything else, Scamp finished. Mario blinked. Huh? Yeah, we're staying here after all, Benny said with a smile. Don't worry about us. Diavelli's gone. Things are going to be completely different around here. This circus is going to be the way we want it to be. Hanner beamed. That's great! We'll be sure to come watch you guys whenever we can. Mario turned to his newest partner. Is that alright with you, Dulia? He asked. I mean, once we're done saving the world, do you really want to go back to performing? Dulia smiled at him. Oh, I'll be just fine, Mario, she promised. As long as I'm with my friends, I'll be happy. I'm part of the Starshine Circus, now and forever. Benny frowned. Oh, Dulia, do you really have to leave? He asked plaintively. I never see that word. That's a good word. Floating over to her. I mean, I know you're off doing something important and all, but we're really gonna miss you. Don't worry, Benny, said Dulia, pecking him on the cheek. I'll be back before you know it. Besides, this is something I have to do. You and Jen were always looking after me. Now I have to go and do this for you guys. Betty stared at her with wide eyes as she said that. He briefly started shaking all over before he finally burst into tears. Oh my gosh, that's so beautiful, he sobbed. Dulia was completely taken aback by his reaction and could only pat him on the back. Do boos have backs? Imogen rolled her eyes. Thank you, Benny. I was afraid this goodbye wasn't sappy enough already. Dulia immediately noticed her. And I'll miss you too, Jen, she said, walking over and giving her a hug. You've always been just like a big sister. Imogen looked stunned at Dulia's display of affection. Wait a sec. Why am I feeling all emotional all of a sudden? She protested. Oh, what the heck. Just be careful out there, kiddo, she said, ruffling Dulia's hair. Mario smiled at this until Imogen noticed him and turned to him. And you, she said, if I get word that you let one little hair on her head get hurt, she pounded her fist into a palm. Mario blanched a little. Right, I'll remember that. Oh, you guys don't have to worry, Hannah said good-naturedly. Good-naturedly. That's a fun. What do you call it? Like a adverb? Adjective? I don't know. She'll be just fine with us. Wouldn't let anything happen to this little darling, Snatcho agreed. Yeah, if anybody tries to hurt her, I'll beat her up like this, said Stubba, demonstratively swinging his club around and smashing it into the ground. Even Imogen had to laugh at that. Fun. Saluna Town, 12 o'clock noon. Once the team had bidden farewell to the circus and ridden the trolley back to Saluna Town, Mario had immediately returned them to the daytime world, fingering Dahlia would like to see the sun again. He was right. She laughed ecstatically as she scampered around town, twirling around and basking in the midday light. Oh, I miss this so much, she sighed, ignoring the looks she was getting from passerby. Mario, let's not go back to Nightside unless we absolutely have to, okay? Well, we'll have to eventually, Mario told her. But I can only imagine how awful it must be living in Nightside when you can still remember the sun. Don't worry, all that's over. Just like last time, Mario's first course of action was to lead Dulia over to the star pedestal in the center of town. He pulled out one of the two Lumas and he was still carrying around, and then immediately hopped up onto the pedestal in excitement. Dulia was stunned when it told her it was willing to level her up out of gratitude. Oh, Mario, are you sure you want to do this for me? She asked, starting to blush. Dulia, of course. Everybody on this team gets to be leveled up, and you're no exception, Mario assured her. Mollified, she watched and giggled nervously as the Numa started twirling around and the ensuing sparkles enveloped her in a bright flash. What is mollified? Like, this fanfic is teaching me like new words I've never seen before. I like it. I need to look that up. Actually, let me look that up right now. Mollified. Appease the anger or anxiety of someone. Reduce the severity of something. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I guess. I do think the author is like checking the source right now. Where is it? Dulia was upgraded to Super Rank. She can now use Plasma Shield to protect Mario and absorb an attack. Plasma Shield, that's a Mega Man weapon. Oh wow, Dulia marveled, gazing down at herself as the Luma ascended into the sky in a beam of light. This is so cool! Now I can help you even more, Mario! That's so great! Mario grinned. He wished everybody could be as enthusiastic as she was. With nothing else to take care of, the plumber led his team over to Rodolfo's house just like he always did. But as he knocked on the door, he was confused to find that no one was answering. He tried opening the door himself, but it was locked. He's not home? Asked Canner. That's not like him. Where could he be? I knew you'd flake out on us, Gluvain grumbled. Mario! Oh, Mario! Over here! Came a voice from across the street. Surprise! Mario turned around and saw Rodolfo, along with Peach, Luigi, and Toadsworth, sitting at a table outside a small cafe and waving at them. Each of them had a small glass of water in front of them. Oh, there you are, guys, Mario said in relief as his group walked across the street and joined them. Sorry if we worried you, Mario. I hope you don't mind us getting out of the house for a while. It was getting quite cramped in there, Rodolfo chuckled. So then, I see we have another teammate with us. Oh, she's positively precious, Peach fawned, dashing over to Julia and maternally straightening out her clown collar. Does she have a clown collar? The Duplicos looked a little uneasy. Don't worry, she does this a lot, Mario muttered to her. So anyway, Peach, can you tell us when the next sunsoul is? Peach's smile fell slightly. Well, you may not like this, Mario, she replied. We all found out that this one's being held in some factory at the source of the Trickleback River. It sounds like a very dangerous place. Mario looked puzzled. A factory? Rodolfo, do you know anything about that? No, I can't say I can, Rodolfo replied with a shake of his head. But if Princess Peach is correct, and it's at the source of the Trickleback River, well, Peach is always correct, it shouldn't be at all hard to find. That river is the single most important landmark in the country, after all. Mario quickly handed Rodolfo the map to see what he meant. The Dugan unrolled it over the table and gestured at a thick blue line that ran through the country, going northeast out of the Saluna town before bending to the southeast, which was its origin. Countless smaller rivers and creeks branch off along its entire length, spidering out and covering every region of the country. Mario realized he noticed this river every other time he looked at the map, but he never thought anything of it. Oh my god. What a coincidence that this story is talking about a river, while you, Zeta, just brought up the fact that you're experiencing a overflooded river. What a coincidence. Wow. So, we're going to have to go upstream to get to the source of this river? He interpreted. And then what? We don't have any idea about this factory, wherever it is. We should have a better idea of what we're getting into. Rodolfo shrugged. I'm sorry, Mario, but I'm afraid there's not much else to find out. Perhaps during your travels up the river, you'll find someone who could give you more information. Until then, you better just... He was very abruptly cut off by Peach. She had been in the middle of taking a sip of her glass of water when suddenly her eyes bulged and she violently spat the water out with a look of disgust. Mario turned to her in shock. Peach, are you okay? Peach had dropped her glass and was now panting as she grabbed at her throat. There's something wrong with the water, she gasped. Mario frowned. What? Confused, he reached down and picked up Peach's glass. Ever so slowly and carefully, he brought it up and smelled it. And the odor was so repugnant that he jerked backward and literally threw the glass out of his hands. The worst part was, he recognized that smell. Huh? The water, he muttered as everyone stared at him in fright. It smells like it's been poisoned. Before anyone could say anything else, they suddenly heard a series of loud, confused shouts coming from inside the cafe. The entire group rushed inside and realized what was going on. Back in the kitchen area, the sink that the employees were using to wash dishes was suddenly spewing out a disgusting green-black sludge. All the customers gasped and screamed, and several ran out the door. But Mario, what's going on? Stubba asked nervously. Oh no. Luigi whimpered as he realized something. Princess Peach, that factory, it was called the Poison Factory, wasn't it? Yeah, Luigi. Everyone stared at him. Everyone, meet back at my house, Rodolfo said quietly. Oh, so I guess Peach is dead now because she just drank poison. Is she okay? Well, let's find out. This is worse than I feared, the Dugan fretted, pacing back and forth in his living room where everyone else was seated. I've turned on my own faucet and asked my neighbors, and we're all having the same problems. Ladies and gentlemen, something is poisoning the water in Saluna Town. Yeah, it's a poison factory. Like, as if, like... it's a factory making poison. Like, goddamn. This sucks. Stubba whimpered in fear and held tightly onto Hannah's arm, but she wasn't looking very reassured herself. But Rodolfo, what does this have to do with the factory? Asked Mario. Weren't you listening, Mario? Rodolfo cried. Like, are you fucking stupid, Mario? Throwing up his arms. The Trickleback River is the source of water for all of Chronoside, and this Poison Factory, as it seems to be known, is located at the very source of the river. The only logical explanation is that the factory has been polluting our precious river, and now we in Saluna Town are feeling the effects. But that means, Snatcher realized, that river goes with the whole country. You're saying everybody in Chronoside is gonna get poisoned if we don't do something? What the fuck? How did we go from like a circus place being run by a tyrant to like literal, oh yeah, everyone's just fucking poisoned now. Shit sucks. But Mr. Rodolfo, who on earth would build a factory right at the source of the river if they knew something like this would happen? Dulia protested. Someone who doesn't give a lick about consequences, that's who. The Dugan sighed, shaking his head sadly. There's more than enough people in the world like that, I'm afraid. By the way, this music is really fitting for this situation. It's so dire. Goublain just rolled his eyes, not seeming very concerned about all this. So let me guess, we're gonna go be a bunch of heroes and shut down the dumb factory before everybody dies or something. If anyone could do this, then it's all of you. Like, that's crazy. Like, they even straight up said, they gotta destroy this factory or else everybody dies. What the fuck? Rodolfo agreed with a nod. Perhaps it's only a coincidence that the Eve soul has been hidden within the factory, but perhaps not. Either way, Mario, this quest of yours has just reached critical importance. If you don't rectify this, and quickly, the entire country may reach a state of emergency. Okay then, we better get out of here before things get too crazy. Mario pushed out his chair and stood up. Rodolfo, what's the quickest way we could get to the river anyway? Well, normally I wouldn't recommend this, but time is obviously not on our side. The absolute fastest way is to travel to the sewers underneath Saluna Town. They empty out into the river, and with any luck, from there you'll be able to follow it all the way to the factory. And remember, not only do you have to find the Eve Soul, you have to shut that horrid place down. Please be careful out there, Mario, Peach pleaded, holding her hands to her chest. I'm so worried for you. Something truly dangerous is going on. Don't worry, Peach. We're coming back, I promise. Have I ever let you down before? Yes, Mario, you have. With that, Mario quickly led his team out Rodolfo's door and into the street. As he did, he couldn't help but realize that the feeling of excitement he normally had at starting a new leg of the adventure was entirely absent. As they set out, he and his team were feeling nothing but dread. Fuck. Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta check something real quick. Okay, it's fine. Oh my god, let's keep reading. I'm really intrigued to see where this chapter goes. I'm gonna take a sip. Hopefully my water is not poison. Ah, oh god. It's fucking poison. No. Ah, I'll get over it. As they set off the street, the group saw that things were very quickly going downhill with Saluna Town. Everyone was either running around in a panic or shouting at each other in agitation and fright. This is awful, Hannah fretted as she looked around. Mario, we gotta do something about this, and fast! This town can't last long without any water. I know, Mario muttered, rubbing his head in exasperation. Guys, everybody say it together. I don't want us getting split up in the middle of all this. They plowed through the town, trying their hardest to ignore the confusion and chaos going on around them. Mario's heart was hammering. The capital city of Chronoside was falling to pieces all around him. If they couldn't make it to this factory and put an end to it, Kringshout might become the least of their worries. Guys, look over here! Dulia alerted the group. They had arrived in the northeastern part of town, and now she dashed over to the middle of the road where a large manhole cover was set. I guess that's our way into the sewers, Mario decided, wrinkling his nose in distaste. I hope it's not too filthy down there. What do you care? Aren't you supposed to be a plumber? Gwynplaine snorted. Mario ignored him and walked right on top of the manhole cover, wondering how to get down there. It was set firmly into the ground, and he didn't think he could pull it off. Aha! He immediately flipped into the air and performed a spin jump on the lid, causing it to flip over and send him plummeting into the sewers. His partner stared at him, then quickly followed him down one by one. You know, that does remind me, actually, considering that the Paper Mario TTYD remake has some, like, text changes, I wonder if they're gonna rename the spin jump into, the ground pound. Because that was always kind of weird in TTYD, like, the spin jump is just the ground pound. I think that was the case with Paper Mario 64 as well. It's weird. Oh, excuse me. Let's keep reading. 12 o'clock noon. Yuck! Mario grumbled, lifting his head up off the wet floor and getting a look around. It was wide and spacious down here, but on the other hand, it was also dark, dank, and smelly, and there were a bunch of leaky pipes running above their heads. Is this really the only way? Hannah complained, looking thoroughly uncomfortable as she glanced around. Let's hurry up. It's really gross down here. Wow, really? I didn't notice, Gwynplaine snapped. Mario had to agree with Hannah and quickly urged the party on their way as they what is that word? As they traipsed through the sewers, they found that the place was populated largely by Gloombas, as well as a few shady Koopas here and there. As always, Mario couldn't understand why anyone would choose to live in a place like this. Everyone's wondering if Vivian's sisters will be transphobic. I did see, like, they did make one text change. I don't think we've seen that full scene of them in the Boggly Woods, but they did make, like, a text change where now it's largely the same line, except now Bedlam says, like, something like relationship unknown in reference to Vivian. So who knows? I don't know. If they could handle that with tact, that would be fine. That would be cool. The equivalent of wondering if Mario will get shot on the big screen for Sonic 3. I almost said Mario 3. Oh no. Remember that scene when Mario got shot and Peach was like, Mario! Saddest scene ever. I know, what was I? Okay. As always, Mario couldn't understand why anyone would choose to live in a place like this. Their journey was mostly uneventful and consisted mainly of plowing blindly in what they thought was the right direction. Every once in a while, they had to hop from platform to platform or climb in a warp pipe in order to travel further through. And once Stubba had to smash down a wall in order to clear the way, they picked up a maple syrup and a Power Rush badge along the way. But that was about it. Finally, they found what they were looking for. Guys, look! Said Mario once they emerged in another room, pointing at what held his attention. There was a shallow waterway set into the floor, and some very disgusting looking water was flowing through it. As they ran alongside the waterway, they eventually saw that it led up to a deep water-filled trench, and behind that, a very tall and wide semicircular tunnel that was sticking out of a wall. I'm already in love with the premise of this chapter. That, like, I know I went on this, but it's just like the idea that, like, the water in the town is poison and it's causing so much chaos that even the story was like the main villain may be the least of their worries. Like, the story has been, like, gradually increasing, like, the stakes, and, like, chapter 4 was already such an intense chapter, and somehow this is even more intense. Like, what happened here? Let's see. Do we have to go in there, Mario? Asked Stubba as they all peered into the large tunnel. Most of them shuddered as they saw it was a pitch black and impossible to see on the other end. I think so, Stubba, Mario said regretfully. He just noticed a wooden sign set in the floor that read, to Trickleback River with an arrow pointing right into the tunnel. Well, let's get it over with then, Hanner sighed, taking one tentative step into the ankle-deep water. Everyone else followed her in, and they were just about to head into the tunnel when... bloop! Hanner jumped back in fright. What the heck? Oh no, Mario groaned as he felt a rumbling beneath him. Not this again. The water within the trench began to churn violently, and then suddenly, an absolutely enormous blooper came exploding out from underneath the surface. It threw up a shower of filthy, murky water that drenched the entire group, and caused Hanner nearly to shriek in disgust, and towered over them, waving its tentacles erratically. Holy calamari, look at the size of that thing! Cried Snatchel. Of course, we're in the sewers. Guess I should have seen this one coming, Mario grumbled, pulling out his hammer. But as he looked, he realized there was something very wrong about this blooper. It was completely covered in a thick layer of poisonous sludge that it didn't seem able to remove. If you didn't know bloopers were white, you wouldn't be able to tell from looking at this one. For some reason, it wasn't looking directly at them either. Its eyes were rolling around in its head, as though it was dizzy or just plain couldn't think straight. Hi there, Mario began timidly. We're trying to get to the river? You don't think you could, be a pal and move out of the way for us? Bloop! The blooper bellowed in response, immediately rushing the group. Didn't think so, Mario grumbled as the battle commenced. Gooblaine pulled out his phone. Okay, chumps, listen up. This thing's called the Palooper Blooper! Wow, that is an amazing name. Palooper Blooper. Man, seriously, who comes up with these dumb names? It can either whack us around with those big tentacles or shoot poisonous ink at us, and cause it's covered in that gunk, you can't even touch that thing or you'll be poisoned. What? Are you serious? Mario cried. Alright, fine. Hanner, Stubba. Looks like we're the only ones who can attack this thing. Hanner and Stubba both gulped, but courageously stepped forward. Mario took the initiative and made the first move by pounding on the Palooper Blooper's tentacle, taking care not to touch it. The blooper immediately responded by smacking him with the tentacle, throwing him off his feet and sending him splashing down into the water. Gross, he complained, standing up and finding himself covered in the blooper's toxic sludge. He quickly snapped to attention as he saw Hanner throwing a shrink hammer at their opponent. Uh-oh, OBS is disconnected. Keep reading, and then I'll take a break, I guess. And the horrible stench in the room thankfully decreased along with it. Good idea, Hanner, Mario said with approval. The blooper trumpeted in anger at this turn of events and tried to charge at her, but then Stubba ran up and ferociously clubbed it over the head. With his attention torn between the two of them, the Palooper Blooper was getting disoriented. I feel awful just standing here. Can't we do anything? Dula fretted from the sideline. If you want to ram your head into that thing, be my guest, Gooblaine retorted sharply. Meanwhile, Maria, it's reconnected. Cool. Meanwhile, Mario ran up again and repeatedly pounded the blooper with his hammer. His other two partners went to work on it as well, but they immediately broke off in fear as they felt a rumbling. They couldn't get back in time before the shrinking effect wore off, and blooper ballooned back up to its original size. Mario and his partners were violently thrown back from the wave that this generated and went plunging into the water again. Oh, perfect, Hanner muttered as they slowly stood up. After a little trick, it was looking more furious than ever. Mario was grasping at straws to figure out a way to safely attack the blooper. He frantically dug around in his pockets and pulled out a thunderbolt he hadn't ever used, holding it up high and snapping the huge beast. It roared in pain and quickly turned its attention to him, spewing out an enormous ray of ink. Mario leapt out of the way in a panic, and he was glad he did. That ink was hissing like acid. Mario? Mario, look out! What? He tried to turn to face Hanner, but she warned him too late. Yeah! He screamed as he felt himself being pulled off the ground. The Palooper Blooper had grabbed him in its tentacles as was squeezing him in a death grip. Death grips? Yeah. Thrashing him around in the air. Mario! Stubba screamed, frantically pounding on the blooper's other tentacles, but it completely ignored him. It continued to whip Mario back and forth before it finally hurled him out of its grasp, sending him splashing into the water with a scream. He sat up, and he was immediately hit with a wave of nausea that caused him to double over in pain. The blooper had gripped him for too long. He was poisoned. Mario! Mario, are you okay? Stubba cried, loyally splashing over to him. Stubba! Mario weakly tried to gesture to the little clubber that he had to pay attention to the fight, but he never got the chance. In an instant, Stubba was swept up in the blooper's tentacle as well. Hey! Let go of him! Hannah shouted, frantically throwing hammers at it. It responded by turning and spraying her in the face with its poisonous acid, causing her to shriek and collapse into the water. Wow, this ain't going well, said Snatchel. He and Dulia looked horrified. The blooper finally threw Stubba out of its grip as well, sending him plummeting into the water next to Mario. He tried to stand up, but was suddenly growing very pale and almost sobbing in pain. Mario! Hannah whimpered, trying to crawl over to them. All three of them were poisoned, and if the blooper had its way, they wouldn't live long enough to suffer from it. No! We have to help! Dulia cried out, trying to race over to them, only for Snatcher to hold her back. Now don't go flying off the handle like that. Mario knows what he's doing, he gazed worriedly at the plumber. Come on, partner. Mario's strength was rapidly depleting. He couldn't even get out of the way as he saw the blooper towering over them, ready to finish them off. On either side of him, Hannah and Stubba were looking equally helpless. Hello, cutie. How's it going? I'm just wrapping up the intermission points of the story, and I'm gonna start reading chapter 5 proper. I hope you're doing good. Oh, also, it seemed like the weather is actually pretty good. It's just saying it's mostly cloudy, so I think I can still stream. Sweet. This couldn't be how it ended. Not like this. Then he remembered. Hannah, he croaked out. I think it's that time again. She looked at him, realized what he meant, and immediately nodded. They grabbed hands and shouted, Second win! Just like before, a rainbow-colored wind suddenly spawned out of nowhere and rapidly spiraled around the three of them, throwing up the water around them. As it did, Mario felt strength flooding back into his body as the poison dissipated. The wind rose up and finally vanished, and Mario leapt to his feet, completely energized. Yeah, that's much better, Hannah cheered as she and Stubba jumped back into action as well. Della looked astonished, and Snatcher gave her a smile. You see, Mario's got quite a few surprises. Okay, I'm through messing around, Mario decided. He raced up to the blooper and hammered its tentacle again, learning from his mistake and jumping backwards before it could snatch him up. Stubba pounded on a different tentacle, and before it could retaliate, Hannah threw her hammer out and struck it in the face. It bellowed in anger and swept Hannah's feet out from under her like it had done to Mario, causing her to yelp and topple over. Guys, we gotta work faster. Don't give it room to attack, Mario ordered. He hammered the blooper in the tentacle yet again, then gestured to Stubba to do the same. Hannah quickly climbed up to her feet and started throwing hammers with all her might. Mario grinned and saw his plan was working. With all three of them attacking at once, the blooper couldn't concentrate and couldn't fight back. And before too long, it had taken more hits than it could handle. It groaned, swaying around for a long moment and looking more dazed than ever. Oh no! Get back, everyone! Mario shouted, running backwards before the blooper finally toppled over to the water. It threw up another enormous splash and drenched Mario's team for the second time, much to their annoyance, and within a moment it had vanished and the water was completely still. After a long moment had passed and it didn't reappear, the group relaxed a little. Man, that was gross, Hannah groaned, wringing out her braids. Glad that's over. Yeah, he was scary. Hey, stop it, Hannah! Stubba protested, fidgeting violently as she started drying his face off with her sleeve. Snatcher was looking out at the water, scratching his head and looking thoughtful. Is it just me, or was that thing acting kinda strange? You mean besides the whole trying to kill us thing? Gooblin snapped at him. No, he's right, Mario agreed, gazing down into the opaque water where the blooper had vanished. It was acting strange. It seemed like I don't know. Almost like it couldn't think clearly or something. It must have been all that sludge on it, Julia said sympathetically. That poor thing. That stuff was probably scrambling its brains. I bet it didn't even know what it was doing. Mario nodded slowly, lost in thought. And if that's true, he said, we've got even less time than we thought. If everybody who comes in contact with water is going to end up like that... He trailed off, unsure of how to finish. He looked at his partners, and it was clear they all understood the gravity of the situation as well as he did. Let's hurry up and go, guys, Hannah said quietly. Everyone nodded in agreement, and one by one, they jumped over the trench and fled into the tunnel. Mario's heart started pounding as they went further and farther and farther. Who's the father? And the light grew dimmer and dimmer, until finally they were swallowed up by the darkness, afraid of what awaited them on the other side. Author's note. I hope you're ready for this one, guys. I think Chapter 5 is the most important one so far. Oh boy. That's pretty bold statement right there. But yeah, that's the end of the post-Chapter 4. Now we can begin Chapter 5 proper. And how many parts does this chapter have? Oh yeah, it's 5 parts. Okay. I'm gonna take a dinner break. That was a lot of reading, and I imagine Chapter 5 is gonna have a lot to read. So yeah, I'll be back shortly. In about like 10-15 minutes, the usual time basically. Yeah, so hold on tight, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I decided to switch the soundtrack to Super Mario Sunshine because I feel that is really fitting for this kind of chapter. Hold on. Excuse me, I just let a loud burp. But yeah, let's continue reading and start proper chapter 5. Alright. Whew. Alright, let me drink some water. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like OBS is getting disconnected again. Great. Oh well, I'll just read on then. Just fantastic. Trickleback River. I need to figure out why that's happening because I don't think my internet's going out either. Yeah, I gotta fix that soon. Jeez. Mario had completely lost track of how long they'd been walking through the tunnel, but finally a distant light appeared at the end. The group hurriedly raced toward it, stepping out of the darkness and back into the outside world. He sort of wished they hadn't. They had just come walking out of a large hill on a riverbank, and flowing by right in front of them was the Trickleback River itself. But it was clear that something was wrong with it. It was flowing much more slowly than it should have been. So bogged down was it with poisonous sludge. Its murky greenish brown color reflected that as well. Duly recoiled at the sight of it. I had no idea it was this bad. Oh man, oh no, it's disconnected to the internet. Damn. Yeah, honestly, to be honest, like, yeah, I don't know. Like this week has actually been really rough when it comes to like OBS just malfunctioning. Um, like I just read like 2 chapters and yeah. You know what? Honestly, I think I'm just gonna end the stream right here. Like I need to really look into what's happening with OBS so that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Um, so yeah, sorry to anyone who's watching the VOD. I will finish chapter 5 on another stream, but yeah, this is not working out. I'm sorry. This has not been a good month considering the bad weather. I really need to plan this out better. Oh well. Um, well, I'm just gonna end the stream right here. So sorry for ending it so soon, but yeah, it is what it is. Uh, I'll continue the story next week, and hopefully OBS and my internet doesn't crap out on me as much. So yeah, overall, thank you for watching. I appreciate anyone who's come here. Obviously, they can't hear me right now because my internet's connection is just dead. So yeah, I'll be ending it. I'll be ending it here. Good night. Greetings, planet Earth. I am back once again to continue what I left off for the last, let me see, 4 months, was it, since I've read this story? Yeah. But hello, Zeta. Hello, hello, Timex. Hello, Big Chambusis? That's what I'm reading in chat. I don't know if Zeta and Timex can see this. I did start a stream, but then my internet disconnected for a bit, and so I had to fix that. But, yeah. But anyway, let's just jump right in. Hello! Let me turn down the volume on my end. Let me know if the volume is like too loud. I can adjust that. But yeah, so we're coming back to this story. It's been a month since I've read this chapter. The last time that I tried to read this chapter, my internet was shitting out, and I couldn't even get through like, I couldn't even get started on chapter 5 because I was reading with the post chapter 4 stuff. So, but yeah, you know, we should just get right into chapter 5. Hello Ericsson22, how's it going? Time Eggs is the most common pronunciation of my username, and it's so off from how it's actually pronounced that it used to make me really mad. Oh really? So I actually got it right. Sweet. Yeah. I got my water. I had like those cheese crackers before I start the stream, which is probably a bad idea because like because it's like usually my mouth is kind of like a little tough to move around a bit, so I have to drink some water. Doing good, hope you too. Also, you could just call me Eric. Of course, Eric. No? So how do you pronounce your name? Egg? Vooby? But yeah, let's just get reading. So the last time, how did chapter 5 start? Right, it started with like an entire town getting fucking poisoned and everyone is about to die? I forgot about that. Now that I remember, I gotta actually start reading right now. So that was probably too loud. Alright, let's get started. Chapter 5, The Plant and the Factory. Trickleback River, 2 o'clock p.m. And actually, now I just remembered. Let me go on Discord real quick. And I'm gonna hop on the private stream channel. Just in case any one of my streamer friends wants to join me. Reading Paper Mario fanfic. There we go. Alright, alright, so now let's get started. Trickleback River, 2 o'clock p.m. Mario had completely lost track of how long they'd been walking through that tunnel, but finally a distant light appeared at the end. The group hurriedly raced toward it, stepping out of the darkness and back into the outside world. You got the egg part on spot, but as for the that part, take the word him and replace the H sound with the T sound. I thought I said Tim Eggs. Was I wrong? Like it's him and Tim. Anyway. The group hurriedly raced toward it, stepping out of the darkness and back into the outside world. He sort of wished they hadn't. Wait, he sort of wished they hadn't. Oh, they mean they're referring to the group. I see. They had just come walking out of a large hill on the riverbank, and flowing by right in front of them was the Trickleback River itself. But it was clear that something was wrong with it. It was flowing much more slowly than it should have been, so bogged down was it with poisonous sludge. Its murky greenish-brown color reflected that as well. I said Time Eggs? No, I didn't! Oh shit! No, I just said it right now! Fuck! Ugh! Juliet recoiled at the sight of it. I had no idea it was this bad. How are we gonna fix this? Stubba asked worriedly. Right, Stubba is like the child of the group. Mario honestly didn't know. He hadn't been feeling confident before. Well, Mario has not been feeling confident throughout this whole story. But seeing the river like this was making him feel even less sure of himself. Well, first things first. Let's find that factory, he addressed the group. It can't be too far off from here. So they climbed out of the water and onto the riverbank, beginning the long trek upstream. They traveled mostly in silence, as the sight of the polluted river wasn't really putting them in the mood to talk. Everything in the atmosphere around them seemed to be similarly gloomy. Even the sky was cloudy. Mario wondered if the factory didn't somehow have something to do with that. You know, it's funny because I remember in like the first Paper Mario, there is like a literal machine that creates dark, stormy clouds in flower fields. So maybe it is the same logic. Maybe that's actually what it's referencing. I don't know. They didn't have many enemy encounters to worry about. Just a bunch of cheap chiefs that would periodically come leaping out of the water in an effort to attack them. Hey, just like Mario. Dulia take care of them by transforming into a Cheep Cheep herself and squirting them right out of the air. Oh yeah, Dulia is the Duplico's partner, right? And Snatchel joined in by lassoing the offending fish and throwing them back where they came from. Snatchel is the bandit, yes. As they walked along, the sun stayed in place from behind the clouds. They were traversing directly out of Saluna Town, and for the moment time was staying the same. They were traveling directly, and for the moment time was staying the same? Wait, hold on, I gotta read through this part again. The sun stayed in place from behind the clouds. They were traveling directly out of, and for the moment time was staying the same. Oh, right, because time is static in this world. It's been so long since I read this story. But no matter how far they walked, there wasn't a factory to be seen. What if that dumb broad messed up, and there is no factory? Gooblain grumbled after a long while. What have we been wandering around this dump for nothing? Gooblain, I'm sure that's not true, Mario said sternly, very much not appreciating his calling Peach a dumb broad. Damn. Peach knows what she's talking about. It can't be this much farther. Mario, look over there! Stubba suddenly piped up. Huh? Mario looked and saw that the clubber was pointing directly across the river. A bunch of trees had been lining the opposite bank, looking somewhat like a forest. Now, though, Mario thought he could make out a bunch of lights coming from within the trees. What do you reckon that is? Snatchel wondered. I'm not sure. Mario squinted his eyes. Actually, it looks like it could be some kind of village. Maybe we should go have a look. Gooblain looked disgusted at the prospect of wasting more time. Well, Gooblain, you're not wasting time. Time is static. Why? Because we're tired and grouchy, because we don't know if we're on the right track, and because we don't know anything about this factory, and we need all the help we can get, the plumber replied shortly. Now let's go, everybody. Mario's like projecting for a bit, like he secretly sneaked this in, Gooblain. The group crossed over the river by hopping across a bunch of lily pads. They were floating lazily in place. As they reached the opposite shore, they started hearing a bunch of faint voices coming from somewhere in the trees, and the lights were brighter than before. There are people living in here, Hannah realized. But how come we haven't heard about this place? Come on, guys, let's have a look, Mario said quickly, motioning for his partners to follow after him. They spent several minutes walking through the trees, and as they did, Mario began to get a strange feeling. This place wasn't an ordinary forest. It had an unusual, almost magical feel to it. Then, they finally arrived at the source of the voices, and Mario stopped dead and stared. Wait a minute. What is this place? Ooh, the suspense. This music's pretty fitting, I gotta say. Viney Valley, 2 o'clock p.m. Mario's team looked around in astonishment. You couldn't find a place more like Nova City if you tried. This village, as it seemed to be, was absolutely covered in plant life. There wasn't a single building to be seen. All the houses seemed to be enormous tree stumps or mushrooms with doors set into them. Every inch of the ground was covered in grass, and flowers of every imaginable shape, size, and color were springing up all over. The largest were over 10 feet tall and towered over Mario and his friends, dripping with Mountain Dew. The whole place had a sort of dreamy, hazy air. Appropriately, all the inhabitants of this village were some kind of plant or fungus. There were numerous Goombas and Toads, of course, but there were also a few friendly and docile-looking piranhas, some Pokies, and most prominent of all, there were countless Crazy Daisies. Oh, my least favorite enemy in Paper Mario. Wow, Julia said softly, looking as odd as everyone else. I've never seen any place like this. It's like from a fairy tale or something. Yeah, it's beautiful here, Mario agreed. Then he frowned slightly. Or at least, it would be, except everything around them was dying. Oh no. The grass was withering, the flowers were drying up and losing their brilliant color, even the trees looked sickly and were starting to drop their leaves. The people living there were no better off. Most of them were walking around looking pale and weak, wearing expressions of despair. Some of them, to Mario's horror, were laying on the ground and appeared to be unconscious. What's going on here? Mario cried out. Oh, hello there, came a tired voice, and the team turned around to find a Toad walking up to them. Oh, it's a Toad. I never thought we'd get any visitors in a place like this. Welcome to Viney Valley, or at least as much welcome as can be found. Death surrounds, my heartbeat's slowing down. Please share with me that song you're referencing, because I should be familiar with that. Viney Valley? I never heard of this place, Hannah remarked. Rodolfo didn't even mention it. Does he not even know about it? Yeah, is Rodolfo stupid? Well, we are a well-kept secret, the Toad admitted with a shrug. Hardly anybody knows about us, actually. We tend to live apart from the rest of the world. It's always been fine for us. Until recently. I'm just gonna click on this link. It's probably gonna... Oh, it's a Skillet song. Okay. Where was that at? Yeah, I can see that, said Mario, glancing around again and getting a chill. What's happening to you guys? Why does everybody look so sick? It's that river, ain't it? Snatchel said darkly. These fellers are getting poisoned from the river, and since they live right next to it, it's messing them up bad. The Toad blinked. Wait a minute, how'd you know about that? It's happening in Saluna Town, Julia replied morosely. All the water there is getting poisoned too. Nobody can drink it anymore. It's awful. Sorry, I was driving. I was there to start, yes. Hope you're doing good. It sounds good. Though the connection gets choppy sometimes, every few minutes. Hey, no worries, Zeta. Yeah. Okay, it's good to know that the sound is doing good. You said its connection's a bit choppy. I'm not sure if that's true for everyone else. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, okay, so it may be a problem on your end, Zeta. Yeah. Okay. Well, you take care, Zeta. Where was it at? It's happening in Saluna Town, Julia replied morosely. All the water there is getting poisoned too. Nobody can drink it anymore. It's awful. We came here to do something about it, Mario went on. We're looking for the poison factory. That's what's polluting the river, isn't it? The Toad looked at the group in astonishment. You really came here for that? He asked. I don't know if that's a wise idea. That factory, Going in there is a death wish. It's so toxic in there, you couldn't possibly last. Oh, actually, I just remembered. I'm gonna get out of the VC call because I just remembered that, like, I didn't update my Discord integration to just show icons on my server. Then I also got the problem with Twitch, specifically with Rifter. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I'm sorry, Zeta. Let me get some water. Alright. Clearly, Rifter's messed up, and Evil Twin is trying to get you not to watch his streams. Ah, Lifter is back. I never want to see that bitch. The Toad looked at the group in astonishment. You really came here for that? He asked. I don't know if that's a wise idea. That factory. Going in there. Oh yeah, I read this already. Also, Death Wish. I had a time reference. Oh shit. It's not actually a reference. Mario tried not to look uneasy. Well, we've got to try anyway. If we don't, everybody in Chronoside is going to be in danger. Well, see you later then. Take care. You take care, Zeta. Thank you so much for coming over and catching a glimpse of my stream. You have a good weekend. Okay, let's see. That would be great. Can you take us to him? If that's what you really want, follow me. So the group set off after him as they walked through Viney Valley. Mario almost started feeling sick just from looking around. The very village was wasting away before their eyes. There wasn't a happy face to be seen. There's so many people here, and they're all so sick, Steppa whispered, looking mortified. Mario nodded in agreement. In particular, he had never seen so many crazy daisies in one place. Most of the ones he had seen were white, but the ones living here had petals in every color of the rainbow. Reds, blues, and yellows cropped up all over. Of course, if they hadn't all been looking so sickly, it probably would have been a prettier sight. Damn. This is gonna sound stupid, Hannah muttered after they'd been walking for a while. But I don't like seeing all these daisies. Cool. Yeah, I agree, Hannah. They remind me of her. Who? Mario asked, then grimaced at his own stupidity. Oh, you mean Maisie? Who's Maisie again? Was she like the one, like, baddie who's like, has plants by her side? Maybe I'll have to read further. Clearly, also, wow, Hannah is being hypocritical at the moment. Like, Hannah was the one in the story who was like, Mario, you can't just judge this person off of, you can't just judge an entire group of people based off like a couple bad apples. And yet here she is being like, I don't like seeing these people because they remind me of this person I don't like. Like, what the fuck, Hannah? Clearly, he hadn't been speaking quietly enough. The Toad stopped dead and spun around, staring at them in horror. You know Maisie? He cried, causing several people nearby to turn and look at him. You mean you actually met her? A few more times than we like, yeah. Why? Asked the plumber. Then he frowned in confusion. Wait, how do you know about her? They're only racist against very oddly specific groups of people. I mean, I suppose, but that's still not right. We know about her because she used to live here, came another voice from behind him. This was her home. Mario's team turned around in time to see a well-dressed Bob-Obe come walking out of a nearby mushroom building. Because of his rotund body, he couldn't wear an actual suit, but he did have a white collar on and had a tiny little flower where his lapel would have been, which is somewhat redundant as he had a very large, dark blue flower growing out of his head. He was wearing a brown pork pie hat, which had a hole in the top so the flower could stick out of it. Never said it was. I know. Fidela, who are these friends of yours? He asked curiously, then noticed the group regarding him carefully. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm the mayor, Mayor Bulbin. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Good to meet you too, Mario said respectfully. His partners nodded. Did they nod in agreement or disagreement? That's the real question. Mr. Mayor, I brought these people here to meet you. The Toad, or Fidelity, as his name seems to be. Fidelity, that's a great name. They say they want you to go to the poison factory. Bulbin turned to stare at Mario. Why on earth do you want to do something like that? Don't you know about that place? It's too dangerous. We know it is, but we have a job to shut it down. There's something we need to rescue from that place. Mario tried to steer back to the original topic, the one that was nagging incessantly at him. Excuse me, sir, but you say Maisie used to live here? Can you possibly tell us anything about her? Bulbin and Fidela both glanced warily at each other, wearing deep frowns and looking very reluctant to speak. Yes, I can. The mayor finally sighed. You better all come inside. You too, Fidela. This is going to take a while. How while is it? Oh dear. Alright. I think we're gonna get a backstory. Alright. Whew. The thing that came closest to describing the mayor's office was a treehouse, perched high up in the branches of a majestic willow tree. In order to get there, Mario's party had to ascend a huge, snaking vine, hopping up the large leaves that functioned as the steps of a spiral staircase. From there, they walked across a rickety wooden bridge, which gave them a view of almost the entire village. The bridge led them up to the front porch of the surprisingly well-built treehouse, and then the entire group crowded their way inside. 6 months. Oh no. Oh hi, Mr. Mayor! Greeted a daisy with bright pink petals who was already standing in the room. Oh, you brought friends! That's totally swell! Can I get you guys anything? No, that's quite alright, Bulbin replied curtly. Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to my secretary, Polina. Polina? Hello there, she chirruped, waving eagerly at Mario's group. They very awkwardly waved back. Like, how awkward was the waving that you had to specify that they very awkwardly waved back? Sorry. Ahem. Paluna, why don't you wait over there for now? I'm having an important discussion with our guests, said the mayor, trying to sound polite. She nodded and pranced off to another part of the room. I have a feeling that Paluna is gonna be a traitor. Mark my words. Bulbin carefully seated himself down into one of the chairs. So, Maisie, he sighed. He looked intensely weighed down with knowledge he would rather not have. Well, if you're interested in the factory, you better know the whole story. You see, Maisie is the one running that factory. She's the reason the river has been poisoned. Everyone was shocked into silence. But how? Why? Hanner finally sputtered out. It's simple, actually. You see, crazy daisies, being flowers, are a very vain and self-absorbed species. Jeez! And he's like the mayor of these people, and he's just calling them that? What if you, the reader, are the real traitor? Are you saying something to Megs? Oh my god, where was that at? Mario glanced over at Polina, who was currently fawning over her reflection in a hand mirror. Yeah, I could believe that. Jeez, Mario. Well, she was worse than any of them, Bulb went on. Even before all this started, she was notoriously power-hungry. She wanted to control all of Viney Valley. No, I say all of Chronoside. She has quite the complex. That sounds like her, Mario grumbled. But what does a factory gotta do with all that stat? But what does a factory gotta do with all that? Asked Snatchel. Well, in her quest for power, it wasn't long until she discovered that factory. They may recount. None of us knew who built it or how long it's been there, but for as long as we can remember, it's been abandoned. Until she got in there, she started the whole place up, and she learned some truly shocking things. Oh, are you talking about Maisie? Paluna asked urgently, dashing over to join the group. Did you tell them about how she's doing all those experiments with the poisonous stuff? Mario stared at her. Wait, what? Paluna, please, the mayor said shortly, then turned back to Mario. Well, unfortunately, she's right. Maisie's been experimenting with the poisonous chemicals in that factory, the very ones that are being spewed into our precious river. You see, she found out ingesting that poison will not always be fatal. If it's done the right way, it can actually make a person stronger and imbue them with poisonous powers and abilities. The group looked horrified. You're joking, said Mario. Oh man, I wish, Videla sighed miserably. No, it's definitely true. We've seen it ourselves, with those 3 guinea pigs of hers, the ones she's doing the experiments on. Wait, you mean those piranhas? Those things she's always carting around? Gwynplaine protested. Protesting what, exactly? The very same, Bowman confirmed with a nod. They weren't even putrid piranhas to start with, they were normal ones. But Maisie got her hands on them and she wanted to see just how powerful this poison could make them. She's been giving it to them ever since, and they've been getting stronger and stronger. Gwynplaine shook his head. I knew those freaks were way too strong to be normal, he grumbled. But it's not all good for them, Bowman pressed on. For even though the poison may make a person more powerful, there are very serious repercussions. You lose your mind, Mario guessed, thinking back to the Palooper Blooper. Palooper Blooper, I forgot about Palooper Blooper. I love that name. Bowman nodded morosely. She's been trying to figure out a way to eliminate this problem. A way for the poison to give person the increase in power without the mental decay. What the fuck is this song? This song is the what was the song that was playing? Oh yeah, it's called Happy and Sappy. The Origami King would have like a few song numbers throughout the game, and then that's like the first one. And actually, it's even though it's a very happy song, it is related to like a character who's like a giant tree, and we're reading a chapter about plant people, so it's kind of a coincidence, actually. Let's see. And think, once she's done that, Videla ventured, swallowing hard before going on, she would make an army, an unstoppable one. There's no telling what she could do with something like that. No one spoke for a moment. There seemed to be a tremendous weight pressing down on everyone in the room. How do you guys know all this? Mario finally asked. It's no secret, Bowman said frankly. She doesn't care who knows. It's not like there's anything we could do to stop her. He gazed despondently at the floor. After all, that poison had the lovely little side effect of getting into our river and diseasing all of Viney Valley. And if what you told me is true, then the rest of Chronoside will follow soon after. The tree people are watching. Could this be the work of the pixel art cacti? The pixel art cacti? What is that a reference to? I'm sorry. You need to clue me in, Tim Eggs. I don't understand your references. Stubba was starting to look very upset. But how come nobody stopped her? Oh, we tried, Videla promised him. People tried to go to that factory and confront her, and they never came back out. She's just too strong for us. Mario still wasn't satisfied. So why don't you all just leave? We can't, Bowman said simply. Nowhere else at Chronoside has enough plant life to sustain all of us. And besides, we're all too weak to make the journey at this point. If we stay, we'll die. If we leave, we'll die. Videla shook his head, looking almost overcome with hopelessness. Oh, what are we supposed to do? That's one way to tell me that my references suck. No, it's okay. I think to make you feel better, I'm just gonna say that you have, you're very in tune with your references. You're ahead of the curve with everyone else. um. Suddenly, Paluna's eyes lit up. Wait, I know, she cried. We should take Vine Valley. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, wait. Speaking of references, we should take Vine Valley and push it somewhere else. Everyone stared at her. Or, you know, we could just go shut down a factory for you. Hannah spoke up for a moment. Boban frowned. You're still entertaining that idea? Even now that you know what's at risk? Julia nodded doubtfully. We're heroes. It's what we do. We gotta help you guys out somehow. Gooblain just rolled his eyes, obviously not agreeing with her sentiment. Mario was nodding as well, and he was about to assure Boban that they would do everything in their power to put a stop to this. But then he remembered it. All the color drained from his face. Wait. Oh no! He looked at the partners in horror. Guys, Peach said that the Sun Soul is in that factory. And Maisie. He swallowed. That means she must have it. They all stared back at him. Oh no, Hannah groaned, looking horrified to realize Mario was right. This is bad. This is bad, bad, bad. She's been hounding us for those things, and she had one all along? Excuse me? Did you say Sun Souls? Asked Boban. Mario turned to him. Yeah, we've been collecting them, and Maisie wants them for herself. We never found out why, though. You were on spot with that music fade out. Yeah. I might be able to answer that. Wait, hold on. Mario turned to him. Yeah, we've been collecting them, and Maisie wants them for herself. We never found out why, though. I might be able to answer that, the mayor said glumly. These Sun Souls, they're very powerful, aren't they? They're about the most powerful things in the world right now, the plumber confirmed. Boban nodded thoughtfully. We've heard her talk about those things. Oh wait, who's speaking right now? Boban? We heard her talk about those things, he explained. We don't know what they are exactly, but it sounds like she wants to use it for a power source, some way to keep the factory running indefinitely, so that it never runs out of energy. Never? Cried Julia. But that's impossible. I highly doubt that, Boban sighed. And if she actually managed to do it, well, I don't want to think about that. Mario felt all his energy draining out of him as he was confronted with this terrible truth. That explains it, he said simply, hopelessly, collapsing back in his chair. That explains why she's been following us. That explains everything. Even the meaning of life, Mario? Well, that tears it, Snatchel decided, jumping to his feet and looking very dangerous indeed. We ain't wasting another minute hanging out around here. We're going over to that factory and ending this nonsense once and for all. I don't care how strong this gal thinks she is, she's going down. You're right, Mario agreed firmly, standing up as well. We'll finally know what she's been after all this time, and it's worse than we ever thought. We have to stop her before it's too late. Boban shook his head. I see you're not going back on this, he remarked. Well, if you're certain about this, first of all, you have to get inside the factory. Oh shit! I did not know that. As you probably know, it's at the source of the river. It's situated at the very top of the waterfall, in the center of a large lake. Gooblain frowned. What? We gotta go climb up a waterfall? Yeah, I mean it's possible, Gooblain. Just chug down a barrel of plum juice and you should be able to swim upward with ease. It's not as bad as it sounds. Oh wait, it's Fidela. It's not as bad as it sounds. There's a key that'll open up the waterfall for you, Fidela spoke up. But to get it, you have to defeat the creature that was set up to protect it. Though that shouldn't be too hard for a group of adventurers like you guys. You'll find a key by following the path at the very back of the village, Boban clarified. Once you have it, just bring it to the waterfall. You should be able to figure it out from there. Whew, boy. Quite a lot of information. You know, it's kind of funny how they're presenting it like, oh, this information is so horrible, so absolutely tragic or whatever. And like, I guess to like the plant people it is, because it's like, oh no, they're dying. But like, it doesn't seem that bad to our perspective, you know? It's typical Mario fare. Anyway, let's get back to reading. With that, Bulbin led Mario's party out of the treehouse and back down to the main area of Viney Valley. As they arrived, Mario noticed a small narrow trail at the very back of the village that seemed to lead away to some unknown location. The ground on this trail was covered in small mushrooms. Oh shit, if they eat a small mushroom, they're gonna turn into tiny Mario. That's the way to the Leaf Stone, the key you need for the waterfall. The mayor explained to him as he led everyone up to it. Although, you might have a little trouble getting there. We've been having a small issue. Of course you have, Gooblain muttered contemptuously. You see, the path branches off multiple times. There's only one right path that will take you to the Leaf Stone. It's actually quite strange. He frowned, looking thoughtful. I think we used to have a way of navigating through here, but nowadays it seems none of us can remember it anymore. What if they ate the medium mushroom? Then Mario would transform into like if you've played any Mario game, like there's like a little animation of Mario growing into its big form, and because of that there's like an in-between animation. So like if Mario eats a medium mushrooms, I imagine that he'll just be like that weird in-between of frame of small and big Mario. Actually, never mind. Mario raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. I know it makes no sense. Bulbin shook his head. It had something to do with all those mushrooms on the ground, though. That's all I could tell you. Mario thought about this. That's alright. Don't worry about it, sir. He kind of sounded like passive aggressive there for a moment. Like, don't worry about it, sir. He trailed off. Something had suddenly caught his attention from the corner of his eyes, and he felt its gaze slowly traveling over. There was a young crazy daisy lying against a tree. Kill it! Looking feverish and near death. The poor thing was just a kid, probably one Dulia's age, if even that. His pale violet petals were wilting and drooping, and his face was deathly pale. Even in his unconscious state, he looked anguish. Mario, what's wrong? Asked Canner. He couldn't even answer that. He didn't know why this particular one had caught his attention. There were sick daisies all over. Still, as he slowly walked up to him, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important about him. Who is this? He asked. Oh, Mario asked him. Who is this? He asked Bulbin. Then Mario looked down at the little daisy. He's just a child who lives here. His name is Damien, I think. Why do you ask? Damien. Mario crunched down and touched the comatose daisy on the forehead, frowning in sympathy. I don't know. I was just curious, sorry. It's awful, isn't it? Videla remarked. Not even the kids are safe around here. I never thought things would get so bad in a place like Viney Valley. He's badly poisoned, Bulbin sighed. Just leave him, Mario. Not even the most potent tasty tonic is going to help him in this condition. Mario kept gazing down at Damien in concern, only reluctantly standing back up. Alright. I guess we better get going, he muttered. Thank you so much for everything, sir. Bulbin gave him a nod and led Videla away. What the heck was that all about? Gooblain hissed at him once they were out of earshot. I'm not sure. Mario tried to get his thoughts together. Oh, forget it. It's probably nothing. He straightened himself out. Okay, you guys heard what Bulbin said. They used to use the mushrooms to guide them through that trail. So, wait, what was going on with the whole Damien thing? Like, is this a character that we saw before? I don't know, maybe the story will, like, explain that later. Let's see, okay, you guys heard what Bulbin said. They used to use the mushrooms to guide them through the trail. Yeah, they used to, but they can't remember how anymore. Dulia cocked her head in confusion. What do you suppose he meant by that? Actually, I got a pretty good guess, Mario replied, leading his team back over to the entrance to the trail. I actually recognize those mushrooms. They're very special ones. Oh? He pulled out the Aeon Hourglass with a smile. They glow in the dark. Was it? Hold on. Are there mushrooms? I'm trying to remember what Mario game had like glowing mushrooms. Like I know that's been a thing before, but oh, actually I remember because in the first Paper Mario, in like the Forever Forest section, there were like these mushrooms that if you interact with them, they like glow specific patterns. I remember now. Okay. He as his partner's faces lit up in comprehension. Faces lit up in comprehension. That's the description. Mario tipped the hourglass over and transported them away. Viney Valley, 2:00 a.m. Mario quickly decided that he much preferred Viney Valley at night. In the darkness, it was harder to see that all the plants were dying and withering. Oh my god, I don't know why that's funny to me. It's like, I prefer the night because you don't see dead people as clearly. The atmosphere was also livened up a little by a bunch of small lights, like will-o'-the-wisps floating in the air around their heads. It pained Mario so much to see how beautiful this place was and how much it was suffering. He couldn't let this place die. Mario has a connection to this place. The plot twist of this chapter is that he's a plant person. Wow, you're right, Mario! Stumble marveled, and Mario turned to see what he was looking at. He smiled, just like he thought. The mushrooms on the ground were giving off a pale green, bioluminescent glow. I knew it, he said confidently. All we had to do is follow the mushroom guys. They'll lead us to the right place. Mario is a vegan. Yeah. Alright then, let's get cracking, said Snatchel, and the group immediately set off down the path. Before they left though, Mario suddenly felt a nagging feeling inside of him. Before he could stop himself, he quickly glanced over his shoulder at the large tree where Damien had been lying back in Dayside. There was no one there. Oh. More water. Ah, there we go. The group walked down a narrow path, and sure enough, it branched off into 3 different trails almost immediately. But the glowing mushrooms were illuminating what they took to be the correct path, and so they followed it. This happened several more times, and along the way, Mario noticed a glowing group of sparkles in the air and promptly added another Luma to his collection. Finally, the party arrived at the dead end, walking into a small clearing. There was nothing in it save for a large, nondescript bush right in the middle. Isn't there supposed to be someone here we're supposed to fight? Mario wondered, looking around. Hello? Is there anybody here? In response, there suddenly came a ruffling sound from the bush. Its leaves and branches were shaking slightly. And then, suddenly, a voice came out of it. Yo, what's up? I'm Bushwhack. What can I do for ya? What can I do ya for? Mario blinked. Wait, are you the guy we have to fight? Wait, what? The bush momentarily stopped shuffling. Huh? You just came here to fight? It sounded disappointed. Well, that's just typical. I guess you guys just came here looking for the leaf stone, huh? I should have guessed. That's all anybody ever comes here for, it grumbled. Nobody ever drops by to say hi to old Bushwhack. Nobody asks how Bushwhack is doing. Nope, it's all fight, 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 every time. Mario was at a loss of words. His partners were looking very confused. I'm sorry? The plumber said lamely. Really? I didn't know you felt that way. What do I care? Snapped the plant known as Bushwhack. Whatever. If it's a fight you want, let's just it over with. And then suddenly, the oversized bush turned 180 degrees, revealing a demonic-looking face on the other side. Then it began shaking violently, and 2 arm-like branches shot out of either side of it, each one tipped with a smaller bush. What the fuck? Okay, let's boogie. it shouted, waving its arms around crazily and jumping at Mario. He and his partners immediately leaped into battle stances. Alright, this freak's called Bushwhack, but you knew that already. Goublin muttered as he used Tattle. It's a thing that's guarding the leaf stone. Nothing fancy here. All it could do is jump on us or smack us around with those big arms. Sounds good, said Mario. He quickly jumped backwards as Bushwhack came charging at him, swinging its arms. As he tried to get away, Stubba ran forward and performed a club attack on it, and Dulia slammed into it with her head missile, knocking it off the side. Is that the infamous lifter? I don't know. Oh, of course, it snapped at them. You're fighting 6 against 1. Totally uncool, guys. Oh, just crab it already, Goublin snarled, immediately running up and multi-bonking it. Bushwhack retaliated by smacking him with one of its arms and sending him flying. You know, you're not very nice. You're really not very nice, Mario remarked as he prepared to power smash a bush over the head. But before he could, Bushwhack caught him by surprise and swept his feet out from underneath him. He cried out and toppled to the ground. Yah! Bushwhack bellowed, jumping high into the air in an attempt to flatten Mario. Luckily, Snatcher roped him in with Roundup and yanked him to the ground before he got the chance. And then Mario rushed up and delivered a whack with his hammer. Man, what is with you guys? Bushwhack demanded. Don't you wonder how I feel about all this? No, of course you don't. Nobody ever asks Bushwhack how he feels. I'm just dumb old plant waiting around to be... We get it! Shouted Mario's entire team. Bushwhack just scowled and threw itself at Mario again, tackling the plumber to the ground and knocking the wind out of him. Mario gasped and curled up in pain. I'll teach you! It shouted, backing up and charging at the downed plumber. I almost said drowned. It let out a furious cry and threw itself into the air, only to slam into a shimmering pink force field that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Mario blinked, realizing that the force field was encasing him in a spear. What the? Hey, you cheater! Bushwhack shouted at Dulia, who had just created a plasma shield to protect Mario. You can't do that! That's totally cheap! Oh, sorry, said Dulia, looking guilty. Goublin stared at her incredulously. Don't apologize to that thing. Huh? Oh, right, I'm not sorry, she snapped, glaring at Bushwhack. The bush looked exasperated. Gah! You're all a bunch of idiots! It screamed. It dashed right at them, but they easily sidestepped it. Then all it took was one good spin jump from Mario, and it let out a defeated groan and toppled over to the ground. Alright, nice job, everybody. Mario congratulated his team. Yeah, whoop-de-doo, congratulations, the surly bush muttered. Here, take a stupid leaf stone and go. It reached into itself and pulled out a large polished gem that was colored a majestic dark blue and carved in the shape of a leaf, dumping it unceremoniously into Mario's hands. Now go on and get, it ordered. And tell everybody back in the village how I'm doing, if they ask, that is, which they won't, of course. And with that, it retracted its arms back into its body and turned around, thumping down on the ground and regaining its semblance of a plain old bush. Well, he was a real charmer, said Hanner. That was a fun little funny bush moment. After that, the group set off back down the trail, going back the way they come and following the glowing mushrooms just as they'd done before. Nobody said anything most of the way, but eventually, Hanner broke the silence. So Mario, you sure you don't want to tell us what was up with you and that kid? Mario stopped walking. What? Yeah, you seem mighty interested in him, Snatch remarked. Mario saw his partners giving him curious looks and finally sighed in defeat. George W. Bush. I honestly don't know what happened back there, guys. But I looked at him and I got this feeling. You don't remember seeing him here in Nightside, do you? His partners looked surprised at the question. Well, not really, but maybe he was there and we just didn't notice. Hanner looked at him strangely. Why, Mario? You think maybe he's... I don't know. Like I said, it was just a weird feeling. Maybe it's nothing. Mario replied softly. Come on, guys, we should get going. They walked quickly along the rest of the way without saying anything else to each other. As they began to approach the village again, however, Julia suddenly froze up. "Did you guys hear that?" she whispered. "It sounds like... I hear screaming, and it's coming from the village!" Mario looked at her in fright. "What?" "Yeah, I hear it too," Steppa realized. "Oh no!" Mario shook his head. "Come on, everybody, we have to run!" They dashed down the path as fast as they could, and sure enough, without moments, Mario heard the screaming as well, which just made him put on an extra burst of speed. He was afraid, and at the same time exasperated. Why did some disaster have to follow them everywhere they went? Finally, they came bursting back into the main area of the village, and they all stared in horror. The village was in an uproar. Everyone in Viney Valley who wasn't too sick to move around everyone in Viney Valley who wasn't too sick to move was running around frantically, shrieking in terror and desperately looking for a hiding spot to protect them from the intruders that were suddenly in their midst. The only one who wasn't running was Bobbin. He had fallen to the ground and was now staring up in horror and trying to scramble away from the three very large, very deadly-looking putrid piranhas that were towering over him. "No!" Mario whispered, feeling his blood run cold. "Not again! Not now!" Standing on the head of the center piranha was an all-too-familiar purple daisy. What do you want with me?" Bobbin almost screamed, sounding hysterical. "Please, have mercy! Leave this village alone! Why won't you listen to reason?" Maisie was glaring down at him, and Mario thought he'd never seen her so angry. Her expression was one of unbridled hatred. Welcome back, Zeta. We're just finishing up the first part of Chapter 5. I'm tired of you getting in my way," she said to Bobbin through tightly clenched teeth. "If I get rid of you, then the rest of Viney Valley will follow. You impeded me for the last time." And just like that, the piranha on the right lunged forward and grabbed Bobbin in its huge mouth. His scream was cut short as the piranha burrowed underground and vanished. Chaos broke loose. Maybe Mario is a plant person. Maybe a shroom man. Oh. No! The mayor! She's got the mayor! Hey, you let him go. Mario was surprised by his own voice. he hears himself speak. It was like, oh my god, I sound like that! He was surprised to find out he was charging directly towards the piranhas, not even thinking of how strong they were and how futile it was, and how he'd probably have his game ended in an instant. I gotta back up a bit before meeting Bushwhack. That was a funny fella. Yeah. Like Mario and his partners were just gonna fight this Bush who didn't mean to fight at all, but he fight anyway because Mario friends were being assholes. But Maisie didn't attack him. As he ran at her, all she did was glance down at him and say, "If you want him, come and get him." Mario's ears were clogged his whole life. Now he heard himself for the first time. Yeah. And the remaining piranhas vanished back underground, taking her down with them. Mario threw himself at them, but they disappeared an instant too soon, and he thudded painfully onto the hard ground. "No," he muttered, clenching his fists and trying to ignore the still panicking citizens all around him. "No!" "What's going on here?" cried Fidelity, running up to Mario. "Who are you? What are you doing in Viney Valley?" "It was him! He must have sent Maisie after the mayor!" A female Daisy shrieked hysterically. "Oh, just shut your yaps, would ya?" Snatchup demanded, asserting his authority and trying to regain control. Oh, hold on. I had to sneeze. We got nothing to do with her. We've been trying to fight her too. And now if you want your mayor back, you can start being useful and tell us where she took him. "She must have brought him to the factory. That's where her base of operation is," Videla moaned, clutching at his head. "I never thought this would happen. She actually took him away from us. We really are doomed." "Hey! Don't say that!" Mario snapped at him. "Don't tell me you're going to give up just like that. Now look, if we hurry, get over to that factory right now, we still have a chance to save him." "What? Mario, think about this. Hannah protested. What if she only kidnapped him because she knew we'll go after him? What if she's just luring us into a trap? Am I a stereotypical Italian? Oh god, no! Mario shook his head. It doesn't matter. We have to go to the factory one way or another. This doesn't change anything. And if she thinks she's going to stop us, then she's wrong. Mario clenched his fist, feeling his resolve and determination build up like nothing he ever experienced before. He glanced at his partners, and they stared at the serious look on his face. This is it, everybody. We're going to that factory. We're stopping her, and we're getting that Sun Soul, and we're ending this once and for all. Damn. Mario is showing a lot more, like, determination than when he has to rescue Princess Peach. You know this shit is serious. Author's note. Okay guys, I swear when I decided the story of this chapter was plants getting sick from polluted water, I was not even thinking of Super Paper Mario. Except maybe subliminally. All I can say is, eerie coincidence? Anyway, the chapter 5s for the first two games are freakishly similar, so I'm just following the pattern. Oh man, I didn't even think about that. Like, this author's right. Like, it is like Super Paper Mario's chapter 5. The Floral Sapiens getting poisoned by the Kragnon's shitty water. Also, if you want an idea of what the background music for Finding Valley would be like, go listen to Shala's theme from Chrono Trigger. That game is ace. Let's give that a listen, actually. And actually, that's a good music. I think that's a good opportunity to take a little short break and get some more water and stuff. Chrono Trigger. Shala's theme. Let's play this right now. Ah, okay. Alright, so I'll be back. Water time. Alright, I'm back. Starting the second part of chapter 5. Author's note. I've been waiting a very, very long time to get to this part of the story. Oh. Already we're getting a promise of something exciting. Let's begin. Actually, here's a genuine question for people who actually read books, like me. Have you ever read a book that actually has author's notes? Because author's notes is something that you see very often in like fan fiction, but it's never. I don't really see that often in like professional published work. Trickleback River, 2:57 a.m. Mario's team had left Vine Valley behind, praying it wouldn't fall to pieces while they were gone, and had raced up the river as fast as they could. As they followed it, it bent to the southeast, and time began moving forward once again. Finally, they arrived at the source of the river, approaching the large waterfall that Bulbin had mentioned. It was tall enough that they couldn't see what was waiting for them at the top, and it sprayed mist in their faces as they stared up at it. Well, here we are, Mario shouted over the waterfalls. Now what do we do? We gotta put that leaf stone somewhere, Hannah reminded him, looking around for a place that seemed appropriate. Oh, look here, Mario. She pointed over at a large boulder that had a square indentation carved into it. It looked just big enough to fit the blue stone. Alright, here goes nothing, said Mario, walking up to it and placing the leaf stone inside. I don't think so, no. Maybe at the very end of the book itself, after all is done and said. Yeah, like, it's so interesting too, because it's like when you write a story, like, this is just how I think about it, but it's like when you're writing a story, you just want the story to speak for itself, really. And I mean, so far, it's not like these author's notes are like spoiling anything or whatever, but it's like, yeah, it's like I don't read stories, at least professional published works that has the author interjecting their own thoughts and stuff, unless it was like, I don't know, bonus material. Only in mangas, Full Metal Alchemist has author notes and skits about the chapter that just finished. Oh yeah, that is true. Actually, now that I think about it, like, author's notes are a lot more common. I see author's notes a lot more often in both manga and just comic books, I guess. Like, I know, for example, like the Archie Sonic comics, and I think IDW does it too, where like sometimes they will have little blurbs like, remember this character from the previous story, or something like that. So, yeah. I guess that's some examples there. But in terms of like actual printed text works like this, like, yeah, I don't really see author's notes that often. For a moment, nothing happened. Then suddenly, the boulder began to rumble and turn around so that the leaf stone was no longer facing them. And then the entire ground began to shake. Oh, you know, this is particularly important that it's a ground. Eep! What's going on? Thulia cried out, flailing her arms to keep away from falling over. Gooblain actually did fall over, having no arms to balance with, and Hannah and Stubba quickly grabbed onto each other to steady themselves. The rumbling was getting stronger, and Mario was starting to get frightened, but then he looked up at the waterfall and saw what was happening. The flow of water was slowly parting down the middle, revealing what appeared to be a dark stone staircase directly behind it. As it did that, the water was also slowing down drastically. To be fair, manga is being released chapter by chapter. It would make sense to have author's notes at the end of each release. Yeah, that is true. Okay, yeah, now that you say that though, I guess that's why it's a lot more common in fanfiction, because fanfiction, usually it is released chapter by chapter, so it would make sense to just incorporate author's notes when, you know, a certain amount of time has passed. The team stared up at it. It descended into complete darkness. Now who's going first? Mario offered. I'll go. Stubba immediately spoke up, trying to look heroic. Come on, Hannah, let's go save everybody. A very certain comic about a very certain Sonic OC has a lot of those. Are you talking about Sonic Chew? Cause I'm trying to remember. Yeah, those were common as well, for sure. Honestly, they really shouldn't be there because they're a bit too revealing, but, you know. Just for the record, I'm not gonna read Sonichu on stream. Like, the dead horse has been beaten to a pulp, and I don't want to give any more attention or thought about the person who wrote those stories. Like, it's done. I just don't care anymore. I would like to read a comic on stream though, specifically webcomics. You said it, little guy, she agreed as both raced up the stairs. The rest of the party quickly followed after them. For about a minute they were walking in total darkness. Mario couldn't see a thing, and he nearly tripped or stubbed his toe on the stone steps numerous times. Damn, Mario, you're clumsy. You're a clumsy man. As they drew closer to the top, he found himself getting more and more nervous. And then finally they came out of the darkness and saw their destination for the first time. The staircase had led them up to a narrow stone pathway that stretched across a large lake. That was all Mario could say for sure. He couldn't make out any features of the lake or the surrounding land, because everything was being drowned out by the blinding lights coming from the poison factory. It was an absolutely enormous metallic building sitting on an island in the middle of the lake. It was several stories high, but didn't have a single window anywhere. Dozens of huge pipes extended from its outer walls and snaked down into the lake, and a pair of gigantic smokestacks in its center stretched up into the air, spewing out a cloud of suffocating, noxious fumes. The entire building was surrounded in a nimbus of smoke. Circling the factory was a ring of lights mounted on a 50-foot-high poles. Aside from illuminating the surrounding area, the sickly artificial light refracted off the smoke surrounding the factory, lighting up the air around it almost as brightly as dawn. There was also a pair of searchlights moving back and forth across the sky. In short, it was completely impossible to sneak inside. For a very long moment, Mario's team did nothing but stare. I'm trying to think of something to say to lighten the mood, but I got nothing. Hanner finally admitted. Dang it, would you look at that? This place is huge! Snatchel cried. Yeah, and it smells bad, Stubble complained, holding his nose. They could smell the toxic fumes from here. Bobo wasn't lying, was he? This isn't going to be easy, Mario muttered. He winced as he remembered that the Bobo was being held somewhere in there at this very moment. Well guys, there's no turning back now. Let's do this. Slowly and nervously, the gang of adventurers walked across the stone bridge and approached the factory. As they got closer, Mario suddenly realized that there were a bunch of poison puffs floating back and forth in front of the entrance, looking like guards on patrol. The group jerked to a stop as they saw them. Great, now what? They're gonna waste us if they see us, Dublain complained. Oh, that's no problem, Dulia assured them with a giggle. Everybody hold still, it's time for some undercover work. The rest of the group realized what her plan was and obligingly crowded around her. She concentrated hard, focusing her attention on the poison puff floating nearest to them. Then, one by one, she put a hand on her teammates and transformed each one of them into an exact replica of the puff, before finally transforming herself. Before long, they were a group of 6 green clouds floating idly in front of the factory. Wow, this is neat, Stubba cheered, zooming around in its cloud form. Dulia, you have the coolest power ever! Stubba, come on, we have to concentrate, Mario reminded him, and the Knot Clubber quickly zoomed back to the group as they all floated up to the entrance. Thankfully, the other puffs didn't even turn to look at them as they passed by. Alright, here we go, said Mario as they all parked in front of the double doors leading inside. Mario nudged one of them open, and one by one they floated in. Poison Factory, 3 a.m. Alright, let's start. The minute they were safely inside, Dulia led them all over to a corner and dispelled their transformations, turning them back to normal. Thanks, Dulia, you're the greatest, Mario said approvingly, and she beamed at his praise. Yeah, we sure could have used you getting to Mustard Mines, Snatcher said fondly. So what now? The group quickly looked around the surroundings. They were in the central area of the factory, with multiple doors and hallways branching off of it. The ceiling was covered with rows of fluorescent lights and crisscrossing metal beams, though even with the lights, the omnipresent cloud of fumes meant it was dark and difficult to see. In front of them was a massive maze of hydraulic presses and running conveyor belts. Hissing and clanking noises filled the air, and thick poisonous sludge was dripping off of almost every possible surface. A twisting array of pipes ran over their heads and along the walls, pumping more of a poison from one area to the next. And of course, the smell was worse than ever. This was the most dangerous place the group had ever been in. They could hardly stand how wrong it felt in here, how much this place shouldn't exist, how many people were dying because of it. Well, I don't see anybody around here, Mario finally remarked, trying to focus. I wonder where Maisie's hiding. She's probably up on the top floor, Hannah said gloomily, peering up. Mario looked and saw that there were 4 stories to the building, although in this area of the factory, the upper floors were only metal walkways that circled the periphery of the main room, with doors leading to different areas. Well, guess that means we better look for a way to the top, Mario decided. Come on, guys, let's go look for some stairs. It's just some stairs, not an elevator. They want to be extra safe. And so they set off. The first thing they had to do was navigate through the huge main area, weaving their way back and forth through the hydraulic presses as they looked for a way up. They opened all the doors they found, but at first they all led to dead ends. There were an astounding number of enemies at the factory, and unsurprisingly all of them were of the poisonous variety. There were poison puffs, poison pokies, and even poisonous versions of species he'd never seen before, such as piters. Elevators are scary? True. At work today, yesterday, I used the elevator to go clean each floor, and the last floor I decided to clean, the elevator was not moving, and I was like, oh, I don't want to risk it, so I just took the stairs instead. So, Mario and friends are thinking smart here. Let's see. Alright. These enemies made the group's already unpleasant excursion positively grueling. Mario lost count of the number of times he and his partners got poisoned. Their supply of tasty tonics were rapidly dwindling. What was going to happen when they ran out? Finally, they entered a hallway and found the staircase they were looking for, but they all deflated when they saw it. There was an electric force field right in front of it, preventing them from getting up. How do we turn this thing off? Mario wondered. Well, look here, Dooley observed. Look at the control panel on the wall. There's a slot here. I bet if we found the card key that goes here, we could shut it off. Yeah, I sometimes avoid the elevator. I don't know, they could be intimidating. Yeah. So they continued exploring the bottom floor, looking for anything that resembled a key card. Finally, they entered a room they hadn't explored yet, only to recoil in fear of what they saw. What the heck's going on? This place is flooding! Gwynplaine protested. Sure enough, the floor of the room was completely covered in poisonous, murky water. There was definitely no way they could cross that safely. One time, the elevator started talking and called me a poopy head. That's not very nice. I heard it that way. Oh, do we turn this off? Mario wonder? Let's see. Well, there's the card key, Mario realized, noticing the key sitting on a ledge across from them. But we can't reach it from all the way over there. How are we supposed to... He broke off as he saw Snatchel folding his arms and tapping his foot, raising an eyebrow at him. Oh, right. His famous catchphrase. Hold on. I gotta test something real quick. Okay. Just testing out the distance of my voice in the mic. Alright. What do we have here? After Snatchel had gotten the key for them, they returned to the room with the staircase. Mario swiped the key through the slot, and just as they hoped, the electric force briefly flickered before it vanished. You mean force field? Alright, terrific! Mario cheered as the group dashed up the stairs. 1 down, 2 to go. When they reached the second floor, they had to plow their way through several dank, enemy-filled rooms before they found where they needed to go. The smog was getting thicker the further they went up. And so, it seemed, the poison puffs were getting more numerous. Sometimes the only thing they could do was have Dulia transform into one and blow them all away. Eventually, they found themselves staring straight across a huge room at the door that was standing clear at the opposite end. There was no way to get across, only a drop that led back to the bottom floor. Well, sorry Mario, but I can't reach that far, said Snatchel. Huh? It's kind of a shame we can't just turn into paper airplanes, ain't it? Mario blinked in surprise. What? Oh yeah, no, that'd just be silly. That's a Paper Mario reference for those who don't know. This looks like a job for me and my Hammer of Justice, Hanner had said knowingly. Sure enough, they quickly noticed a exclamation mark switch that was just within throwing distance, and Hanner threw her hammer out as it struck dead on. All of a sudden, a metal catwalk began unfolding, a paper accordion style across the room, leading them directly over to the door. As they walked through, they found themselves in a tiny room holding nothing but a card key. I told ya, Hanner said with a grin, winking at Gooblain. He did nothing but glare at her. They headed back to the staircase and deactivated the force field, heading up to the 3rd floor. Now the fumes were almost unbearably thick. Poor Stubba doubled over coughing a few times, and Mario had to give him a tasty tonic just to make sure he didn't keel over. This is such a bleak situation of events. A sequence of events. Gosh. After checking all the doors and finally finding where they were supposed to go, the group had to navigate through another maze of conveyor belts, though Mario had took the time to rescue a pretty lucky badge from atop one of them. When they finally reached the end, he had to use his super hammer to destroy a big yellow block sticking out of the wall. The short hallway on the other side led over to a ledge where the card key was waiting for them. Well, here we are, Hanner remarked once they arrived at the 3rd and final staircase. This one goes up to the top floor. You really think Maisie's up there, Mario? Mario shrugged. She has to be. We looked all over this place and haven't seen her yet. She must be up there. For a moment, the group just stood where it was, reluctant to move. I guess that means we better get ready for a fight, huh? Dulia said softly. I reckon so, Snatchel agreed. Mario nodded slowly. We made it this far, you guys. I know we could do this. Everybody in Vining Valley is counting on us. I'm not scared, Mario, Stuba said loyally. Mario could only give him a weak smile. As they walked up this final set of stairs, Mario felt himself starting to sweat as his heart beat faster and faster. This was it. Maisie was waiting for them up there. He was sure of it. Every moment brought them closer and closer to her, and now there was no going back. Ooh. And remember that the author of the story said that this is the moment they've been waiting for. So I'm curious to see where this is going. Took another sip. Before I read ahead, I will say that like these chapters are long, and I've started to realize that like reading these streams, like these Temple of the Sun streams, typically take around like 4 hours. So like I really gotta start like pacing myself and start taking breaks more regularly. So like basically I made it a point where every part of the chapter I'm gonna take a break because we kind of need to like digest all this information and also rest my voice because it is getting a bit hoarse, if you could probably tell. But let's see. Hold on, I just lost track for a moment. Alright. But yeah, so expect a lot of breaks in the stream and later streams going forward. And hopefully it's not too much of a burden. But yeah, let's just keep reading. When the group got to the top floor, they found there was only a single door. They walked through and entered a small, low-lit room with a metal grate for a floor. There was nothing in the room except for another door at the far end, but there was an air of anticipation that was making Mario's hair stand on end. Somehow, he could tell there was something here. Okay, we made it all the way up here. There's nothing in here. Now what do we do? Goobling griped. I don't know, but I think we're getting close. Mario was about to take another step when a powerful and very familiar rumbling in the ground made him wince and freeze. Check that. I know we're getting close. But wait a second. We're standing on metal! Hannah protested as they all fearfully edged together. Fearfully edged together. That's interesting phrasing. Realizing what was about to happen. They couldn't possibly... Could they? They could. Oh, okay. The three putrid piranhas literally came bursting out of the floor, ripping through the metal grate and sending pieces of shrapnel flying. Mario paled at the sight of them. They were even bigger than they'd been when they were attacking Viney Valley. With one notable exception, they were now the hugest piranha plants he had ever seen. This is the big reveal of the story. The fact that these piranha plants are fucking huge. Bigger than anything he's ever seen. Bigger than PD Piranha. Except they could hardly even be called piranha plants anymore. The crown of leaves around their heads had grown huge and razor sharp, as had the poisonous thorns covering their stems. Their leaves were dark green and sickly, dragging uselessly on the ground. The heads were so large and weighed down that they stood in slouches, hunched over and unable to even move properly. Little Shop of Horrors x Super Mario crossover? Yeah. Actually, if I remember correctly, I feel like there was like a Little Shop of Horrors parody in Mario. I don't remember what. I know that in like a Japanese Mario RPG commercial, they had like these singing piranha plants, but I don't know if that counts. Anyway. Mario was expecting them to say something, but they didn't. All they did was growl and snarl in primal voices, purple slobber dribbling from their jaws. Their heads swayed back and forth, and they seemed unable to focus their attention on any one thing. What's wrong with them? Julia whispered in horror. It's the poison. Macy gave them too much of it. Mario realized. They lost it. The center piranha opened its mouth and let out an ear-splitting roar, causing the entire party to flinch and stare at it in fear. Even without words, its message was clear. Maisie was beyond that door, and they were the last line of defense. Mario wasn't getting to her without getting through them. Alright guys, no more messing around. This is it, the plumber said determinedly. We're beating these guys for good this time. Let's go! His partners all nodded and charged forward along with him, and their final against the piranhas began. The very first thing Mario did was whip out a fire flower. He suspected that they would be confronting the piranhas at some point in the factory, and it looked like he'd been right. He held a fire flower out as it shot a bunch of fireballs at the piranhas. But as they were singed, the poisonous plants did nothing but wince slightly, quickly shaking it off. Mario stared in disbelief. That didn't do much, Goblin scoffed. I know, the plumber groaned, feeling his heart sink as the piranhas glared at him. The center one immediately hawked up a glob of sludge at him and Blaine, and they both dived out of the way just in time. I'll take care of this, guys! Hiya! Hannah shouted, tossing a Strix hammer at the left piranha. It responded by snapping the hammer up in its jaws and swallowing it in one gulp. Hannah blanched. Blanched? What does that mean? Like, blah! Okay, new plan. The piranha growled at her and lunged forward, and she frantically ducked into her shell just in time, protecting herself from its massive fangs. While it was trying to bite down on her, Goobling quickly ran up and delivered a powerful multi-bonk, causing it to gasp in pain and release its grip on the hammer assist. Meanwhile, Stubba and Dulia were ganging up on the piranha on the right. They were both very light and fast, repeatedly jumping out of the way as it tried to throw itself at them. When it had momentarily exhausted itself, Dusher dashed forward and patched it over the head with his club as hard as he could, only to have it whip around with lightning fast reflexes and grabbing him in its mouth. That's meant to be lightning. Good job. Eek! He screamed as the piranha tried to crush him in its jaws. Hey, you let him go, Dulia shouted. She floated into the air and tried to ram into it, but it just sent her spiraling with a flick of its head. Drink my oh no, Foob, don't bring this into chat, please. Somebody help! The little clubber shrieked, starting to panic. Snatcho immediately broke off from his fight with the center piranha as he saw what was happening. Hang on, little partner, he shouted, charging forward and using grab dash in a piranha. He rammed into it and yanked Stubba right out of its mouth, quickly carrying him to safety. I mean, who knows, maybe they're doing it at the speed of light. Possibly. See you later, again, cause today's been pretty busy. Yeah, take care, Zeta. No problem. Ugh. Meanwhile, Hanner decided to bust out the big guns and use multi-throw, hurling at least a dozen hammers at the piranhas in quick succession and striking all of them. Mario quickly joined in and wound up his super hammer, knocking the left piranha in head and sending it knocking into the other two. The left piranha rewarded Mario by spewing a hissing glob of poison at him with such force that it actually knocked him backwards and pinned him to the ground. He cried out and struggled to get away, but he wasn't fast enough. The piranha shot its head at him, only for Dulia to immediately generate a plasma shield around Mario. The poisonous plant crashed its head directly into the shield and howled in frustration. While Dulia was distracted, the center piranha tried to lunge at her, only to be caught off guard as Stubba unleashed his hyper bounce and flew back and forth between all the three piranhas, moving much too quickly for them to snatch out of the air. Goodblade started to follow up with a head bonk on the nearest piranha, but was too slow and was instead sent reeling from a poisonous chomp. Mario completely lost track of how long the fight went on. It was complete chaos. He and his partners were fighting desperately for their very lives, but for all their efforts, their team still didn't have a clear victory. Both they and the piranhas were running low on energy, and it was impossible to say who would be taken out of the fight first. Mario, I don't know how much longer we could keep this up, Hannah whispered as she staggered backwards in exhaustion, barely dodging the grip of the piranha. I know, Hannah, I know, was all Mario could say. He was so tired he could barely stand. It was all he could do to swing his hammer at the piranha to keep it from getting close. But we can't lose! There's gotta be something we could do! Stubba cried desperately. Snatcher was trying to keep the right piranha pinned down with his lasso, but he was fighting a losing battle. Mario gazed hopelessly up at their opponents. On either side of him, his partners were using up their last ounces of strength trying to keep the piranhas at bay. He knew deep down that unless he did something fast, they were going to lose. We need fire, he finally decided. That's the only thing that's going to finish him off fast enough. Hannah stared at him. Fire? But those fire flowers are useless, Mario. We got no firepower. Mario grimaced, knowing she was right. His heart was hammering, but then he looked at Dulia and remembered. No, that's not true. Not even close. Dulia immediately realized what he planned to do. She dutifully ran up to him, and they grabbed hands and shouted loudly enough that their voices could be heard throughout the factory. Fire away! Countless plumes of fire suddenly materialized around Mario and Dulia, causing the other partners to jump back in shock. The fireballs circled around the duo for one moment before finally shooting off, streaking toward the three piranhas and pelting them with tremendous force. The room lit up from the light of the blazing fire as the piranhas shrieked in pain, going up in flames. And then it was over. The fireballs finally dissipated as the three defeated plants toppled over and crashed to the ground. Well, that just happened. Mario's team braced themselves, but there was no need. Slowly and weakly, their opponents retreated back into the hole in the floor, and in a moment they were gone. Mario's team was alone. We did it, Dulia breathed. We sure did, Mario agreed. He stood where he was, feeling slightly overwhelmed that they finally defeated the piranhas once and for all. But still, he knew that the real fight against their master would be even worse than this, and it was about to start. That's that then, he said quietly. We made it. This is it, everybody. We're stopping her. We're ending this now. The team members all glance at each other, filling with worry and dread at what they were about to face, but knowing they had no choice but to go on. They were shutting down the factory. They were saving Chronicide. They walked up to the door, pushed it open, and walked on through. Alright. Gotta drink some water. Alright. Whoo! They were surprised to find that the door led out to only a small ledge, seemingly a dead end. They couldn't go any farther, but they quickly realized they didn't have to. All of them saw it at once. They were standing in another huge, multi-story room, and down one floor from them was another metal catwalk that stretched across the room. There were two people standing on it, facing off against each other. "It's Maisie! And the mayor!" Hannah gasped as they all crowded around and stared down. "The mayor's okay!" Julia whispered in relief. "He's fighting back!" "Have you heard, Maisie?" Boban snapped at her. "Mario just beat those piranhas of yours. You couldn't stop him. He's going to be here any minute." Maisie just bristled at him. "I don't care. You know I don't care. I've done everything I can. I say let him come." "You're going to attack him again, Maisie. Do it now." "No! Don't you get it, Boban? It's pointless. He's stronger than both of us, and despite all your best efforts, he's coming here to stop you right now." Mario's eyes bulged. His heart nearly stopped. "What? What is she saying?" Hannah whispered incredulously. His partners all looked shocked. They looked mortified. "He's not stupid, Boban," he went on. "He's going to figure out that you staged that kidnapping so you can lure him here. It's just too bad you didn't count on him being strong enough to make it this far. Now he's going to find out everything you've done, and he's going to ruin you. You're going to find out what you put me through." "I'm sorry? Oh? What's going on now?" "Have you forgotten your place?" Boban roared at her. "Have you forgotten what I do if you don't listen to me? I order you to attack him again." "No, Boban," she replied with an awful smirk. "Mario's here. He's going to beat you. You have no power over me anymore. You're through." Boban was shaking with rage. His face was turning red. As a reminder, Boban is a bulb orb, who are like those big flower bud characters from the Paper Mario games. So imagine an epic fight scene against the fucking plant pod and this plant lady, I guess. "That's where you're wrong," he shouted. "That's where you're wrong," he shouted. "Mario will never find out the truth if you're not there to tell him to it." At the very moment, the three piranhas suddenly came bursting out of the floor beyond the catwalk. Maisie spun around and stared up at them, looking terrified. What are you doing?" she cried out as they gazed down dangerously at her. "You three, it's me. Don't you remember me?" Plants vs. Zombies on a whole new level. Yeah. The answer to that was all too plain. The piranhas showed no sign of familiarity, no trace of affection as they towered over her, dripping poison and swaying erratically. They had lost too much of their minds to even recognize her. "You should have known, Maisie," Boban said in a low voice. "Above everything and everyone else, they are loyal to me. After all, I made them." He looked up at the center one and said, "Do it." It lunged at Maisie and dug its fangs into her chest. Mario cried out. He heard Hannah and Julia scream. Boban watched the whole thing without a trace of emotion. Maisie let out an agonized, unearthly shriek as the piranha whipped its head back and forth, gripping her in its jaw and flailing her around as though she were a limp rag doll. Oh my god. Finally, it threw its head to the side and released her, and Mario thought he saw the light leave her eyes as she slammed into the wall and slid down, plummeting to the ground floor far below. Damn, what the fuck? Plot twists. Holy shit, what? Well, we gotta start part 3 soon. But I'm gonna take a short break and get something to eat. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Holy shit. This really is a Little Shop of Horrors crossover, huh? I guess so, yeah. But anyway, time to eat. Be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Why is Mario in a heavy metal band now? I don't know. Paper Mario the Origami King soundtrack is awesome. Ooh, sorry. But the Origami King has a great soundtrack. Great variety of sounds. Alright. Oh, hello, Sakura. What are you doing in my fridge? Please stay out of my fridge. But I hope you're doing good. I'm currently reading a Paper Mario fanfiction. Author's note. This is a short update, and I think you'll see why. It says everything that needs to be said. No! Not my fruit! Shit. That sucks. Poison Factory, 3:28 a.m. Mario hurtled down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, his heart nearly bursting out of his chest and his mind reeling with what he had just witnessed. He was panicking. He was only vaguely aware of his partners following after him, their chaotic footsteps echoing clang 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 as they pounded down the metal slaps. Metal slaps? Metal steps. He didn't even know what he was doing. All he knew was that he had to get there now. Finally, he reached the ground floor, rounded the sharp corner so quickly he nearly fell over, and literally kicked open the door that was standing in his way. He and his partners crowded into the room, drew to a stop, and stared in fear. The room was dimly lit, with only a few industrial red and yellow lights, providing illumination. Like one of the previous rooms I had been in, it was also flooding. Most of the floor was covered in several inches of murky water, and only the thin metal walkway they were standing on was dry. Metal slaps? Why would it do that? That's so rude. Yeah, I know, right? I don't want metal to slap me. It's gross. Taking a deep breath. Wait. Let's see. Maisie was lying face down on the ground at the opposite end of the room, half in the water and half out, not moving an inch. Was she breathing? Was she even alive? He didn't know if the fall had been from high enough to be fatal, but that piranha and the way it had torn into her. Taking a deep, shaking breath, Mario gathered up his resolve and hurried over to her, his partners following him. He crouched down next to her and pulled her out of the water, turning her over so they could see her face. She didn't look anything like the spiteful, vindictive enemy who had been hunting them down all this time. She looked so vulnerable. And then she grimaced and opened her eyes. Mario nearly dropped her in surprise. He heard a few of his partners gasping from behind him. It took Maisie a moment to realize where she was, but when she did, she looked equally surprised. Mario? She gasped, quickly thrusting herself free from him and staring warily. You're here? You're all here? Mario was stunned. She was badly bruised, but other than that, she looked fine. Maisie, you're alright? He asked in astonishment. You're not poisoned? She frowned at his reaction. I can't be poisoned. Not anymore, at least, she replied. I had to stay in this awful place for so long. I've gotten immune to it, I suppose. She looked at him with wide eyes. Oh, Mario, did you hear everything Bulba and I were saying just now? Mario nodded vaguely, still in a stunned daze. I suppose I can finally tell you the whole truth now. I've got nothing left to lose. She slowly drew herself up to her feet, wincing in obvious pain as she did so. Mario, all those times I went after you, that was all Bulba's idea. He made me do it every time. Mario just gave her a quizzical look. Quizzical? Huh. Did he really believe that? I don't know, author. You tell me. What? Oh, come on. What did you mean? He made you, Gooblain demanded, obviously not believing a word of it. She's gonna be the love interest, isn't she? Mario's got a bunch of love interests, and we don't need another. Maisie just sighed resignedly. I didn't think you'd trust me, she said. I should probably start at the beginning. Did Bulba tell you that I've been running this factory and experimenting with all the poisonous chemicals? Yes. Well, that was a lie, she said frankly. He's the one doing all that. I had nothing to do with it. Back when people were first starting to get poisoned, I realized someone must have been starting the factory up, and I went over there to find out who was responsible for it all. I found him, and I caught him in the act. Automod, it's okay to say bitches. We're all bitches here. Mario frowned wearily. But then he framed me. Maisie's voice started growing faint and sad. He told everyone I was the one doing it, and he had caught me. And everyone believed him, of course. He's the mayor. She lowered her face to the floor, looking more and more miserable as she recounted that day that had ruined everything. So they kicked me out of town. They exiled me. They said I could never come back. And Bulba's been there the whole time, right under their noses. And still nobody knows. We all have cell phones, so come on, let's get real. Mario was too taken aback by all this to know how he felt, but he knew he had to get the whole story. So what are you doing here? He prompted. Here, even after I was exiled, he wasn't done with me, she recalled. He didn't want me going free to tell other people the truth about him, so he kept me in here, where he could keep an eye on me. She shook her head. I have no idea how long that lasted. I've completely lost track of time. I was completely alone in here, and he had complete control over me, and there was nothing I could do. But then not too long ago, he somehow found out about the Sun Souls. She gave a light shrug. I have to be honest, Mario. I still don't really know what they were supposed to do. Bulbin doesn't either, I think. He just knew that there would be a perfect way to keep the factory powered forever, so no one could ever stop him. But he couldn't go after them himself, obviously. He risked losing face. Somebody had to do it for him. And that someone was you. She nodded in agreement. Me and those piranhas. He sent me out there with them time after time. And he heard about you, Mario, and he wanted me to stop you. But when I found out you were looking for the Sun Souls too, well, I still don't know why you need them, Mario, but I knew right away that it was for something noble. You were doing the right thing with them. So even though I had to attack you whenever I saw you, I've been trying to help you along. I wonder if you'd notice. Mario frowned in puzzlement, wondering what she could possibly mean by that. And then he remembered something. That Power Bounce badge, he recalled. The one the piranhas dropped in the forest. You wanted me to get that, didn't you? She nodded. Yeah. And then you let them eat Clifford's supplies so you couldn't follow us. Hannah realized further. And you distracted the guards outside Monster Mine so we could get in. And at the circus, you did something to the Dark Striders. Mario looked at Maisie in confusion. She looked a little sheepish. Well, they were about to attack you, Mario. I couldn't let them do that. She frowned again, looking guiltier than ever. Oh, Mario, you have no idea how much I hate myself for all the trouble I've caused you. I swear, if there had been any other way, but there wasn't. All I could do was hope every time that you beat me, and I was always so relieved when you did. She trailed off, looking forlornly at him. Oh, the music is perfect. He knew he should say something, but he was at a complete loss of words. He had no idea what to think. He still wasn't sure he believed her. After all, he hadn't forgot about the last villain who claimed to have been on his side the whole time. Who had been on his side the whole time. Who? I don't remember. Oh, he might be referencing Dimentio from Super Paper Mario, because at the final chapter he was playing the whole I'm actually on your side, guys, and that didn't work out. But I still don't get it. Hannah finally spoke up in protest. I mean, why'd you let Bulbin order you around all this time? Why did you just stand up to him? Hannah had apparently asked the wrong question, as Maisie visibly winced at it. She looked reluctant to answer, but finally she did. When you were back in the village, she began, did you see all the sick flowers? Did you meet a little one named Damien? Mario started to nod, only to freeze as he realized what she was about to say. Damien! He's my son! No one said a thing. He was the very first one to get sick, she recalled miserably. I swore I wouldn't rest until I found out who had done this to him. And now I can't go near him anymore. Her voice was shaking. And Bulbin, he said that if I ever went against his orders, if I ever even tried to tell you the truth, he'll personally end my son's game. Holy shit. And then the tears that she'd been holding back this whole time finally came spilling out. He's so sick. He has no way of defending himself. There was nothing else I could do. Mario and the others could only stare at her as she hanged her head and cried. Mario was starting to feel weak from everything he'd just learned. He suddenly had an utmost uncontrollable urge to take Maisie by the hand and promise her everything would be okay. This doesn't make sense. 10 minutes ago, she was one of our most feared and dangerous enemies, and now... And that's when he realized. and the realization was like a blow to his head. All the times we run into her, it's always been at night. We've never seen her at dayside, not even once. Maisie, he ventured, very aware of how much his voice was trembling. Did you know that there's something wrong with the sun? Do you remember how it used to come up during the day and it wasn't always dark like this? His partners all blinked in shock. Maisie's tears quickly dried up. She stared up at Mario, looking like she hardly dared to believe what she was hearing. You remember too? She said loftily. I hadn't seen the sun in so long. Is that why you need the sun souls? Are you going to bring the sun back, Mario? Mario's throat was too tight for him to do anything but nod. For some reason, now he was tearing up as well. Mario, whatever you heard about me, I promise it's a lie, Maisie said simply, pleading her case one final time. I never wanted any of this to happen. All I wanted was to protect my son, and I couldn't even do that. Her gaze fell to the door. That doesn't change the fact that I've done terrible things to you and your friends. I don't expect your forgiveness, but I still pray for it. For a moment, nobody said anything in reply. They obviously weren't sure what they could possibly say. The one who finally broke the silence was Julia. Maisie, of course we forgive you, she said earnestly. Trust me, I know exactly what it's like, being forced to hurt people you care about. And all this time, we thought you were the bad guy. I feel terrible, Hannah groaned. Yeah, it's cool, I guess, Quipley muttered, trying to make a show of indifference. So, you're not mean? Asked Seba, looking delighted. I'm so glad. I reckon we're the ones who ought to be apologizing, Snatchel sighed, removing his hat respectfully. We've been giving you such a hard time, and we didn't even know. Mario nodded in agreement with his partners. Maisie just shook her head. There's no need for any of you to apologize. I understand completely. Suddenly, a distracted look crossed her face, and she glanced over her shoulder at something. Mario, I'm not finished in here yet. I think I know where Bulman's gone. I don't know what he's planning to do, but I have to stop him. But I can't do it by myself. You will help me, won't you? Yes, Maisie, we will. We all will. And then, for the first time that Mario had ever seen, she actually smiled. Thank you, she said. We better hurry up and go then. We don't have any time to waste. That was Mario's voice. And the next thing Mario knew, his partners had stood back and made room as she walked over and joined him at his side at long last. Maisie joined Mario's party. I knew it. Maisie is a kind and caring crazy daisy who will selflessly defend her friends and family above and beyond a call of duty. She can use her singing voice to disable traps or other hazards that Mario can't get past on his own. In battle, she can use her lullaby to damage an enemy with a chance of putting it to sleep, or use hay fever on Mario to make him allergic and incapable of receiving a status affliction. That's a very high concept ability. Make Mario allergic, so he's like incapable of receiving a status ailment. With nothing left to do, the group turned around and walked back toward the door, leaving the way they had come. And Mario realized, despite how strange it sounded, that it no longer bothered him that outside it was the dead of night and inside they were surrounded by poison. Right now, the world felt brighter than it ever had before. Author's note, awaits flames. Why are you awaiting flames, Arthur? You're gonna burn yourself. So I'm assuming like the author was anticipating a blowback against his story choice of making Maisie a partner. I don't know. I think it works. Oh boy, but that was a lot. All right. So let's see. Part 4. Yeah, there's not much to this one either. This is the length that I prefer. They're burning! Put them out! Nothing can put them out. Foob. It's all over. Author's note. Well, at least I made you guys wait a month after this last update instead of the one before it, right? I guess a month is short enough. Poison Factory, 3:29 a.m. Mario obviously didn't know his way around the factory at all, but his latest teammate certainly did. Without her, he might never have found out that they only explored the front half so far. There was actually an outside courtyard that led over to the back half of the building, and that was where they were headed now. At least we'll get back outside for a little while, though I don't suppose it smells so much better out there, he sighed, swinging his arms as he went. So you think Bulma is over there somewhere? Yes, over there is where all the poison comes from. That's where it usually works, Maisie replied, walking right at his side. But we don't have much time, Mario. Now that he knows you're coming for him, I'm afraid he's going to abandon all his precautions and do something desperate. She trailed off, looking uneasy. Don't worry, we'll stop it before he does anything, Mario promised her, trying to be assuring. She gave him a light smile, but it looked half-hearted. He couldn't help but notice that she was sticking close to him and seemed reluctant to go near the other partners. She wasn't a shy person, so she must have still been feeling guilty, or else she was still preoccupied with her son. At that moment, Mario noticed the other partners wandering off to their left and exploring the place as they head over to the door. He expected Maisie to hang back like she had been doing, but suddenly she glanced over at them and seemed to remember something. Oh, would you excuse me just a minute, Mario? She asked. Mario was surprised to realize she was looking right at Snatchel. Wait a minute, she said, quickly waking up to him. I wanted to talk to you. He immediately stopped and turned to her in surprise. Huh? Me? She looked a little bashful. I want to apologize for being so disrespectful to you at Mustard Mines. You must know I didn't mean any of it, but still, especially if you really are the sheriff, she said sincerely. What's your name again? Snatchel looked completely flustered. I can't remember. Nice going there, Cowboy Casanova, Hannah snickered. Guys, we have a bit of a problem, came Mario's voice. The partners looked and saw he was standing in front of the door they needed to go through, but there was a force field cutting it off. Mason quickly turned to look at where Mario was standing. Oh, that's not a problem, Mario. Stand back for a minute. He quickly obeyed, and he and the other partners watched as Maisie stood in front of the door. She closed her eyes in concentration for a moment before starting to sing, and then suddenly the sound of her voice caused the control panel creating the force field to short-circuit. It began letting loose a shower of sparks and a loud crack, and the force field flickered and vanished. Wow, that's a nifty little trick, Mario said in approval as they headed through the door. It was an immense relief to be back out in the open for a moment. Though, just as Mario had suspected, the smell was as bad as it had been inside. It was also blustery and cold out. Mario shivered and hugged himself as the wind whipped by them, blowing smoke along with it. It was much darker outside than in, and Mario almost didn't see that they weren't alone. Eek! What are those things? Duria cried out, scrambling backwards. Mario looked and stared. The courtyard was absolutely swarming with an enemy species he never laid eyes on before. From what he could make out from the factory lights, they looked basically like sentient globs of green sludge with oozing mouths and big white eyes, and they were covering just about every visible surface as they slid around, babbling in loud cacophonous voices. Oh dear, Maisie sighed. Just great. Those things are goozes. Gooblain griped as he tattled on the strange enemies. They made out of the sludge has been getting spewed from this place, but it's gotten so strong that they started coming to life. They've what? Mario cried, then turned to Maisie. You didn't mention that! I was hoping it would have come up, she said nervously, as the goozes quickly stopped what they were doing and glared at the intruders. Looks like we're gonna fight these things to get past, huh? Hannah remarked, gripping her hammer carefully. Well, they sure don't look very strong. Yeah, I bet I could take him, Stubba said confidently. He grabbed his club and marched right up to the nearest goose, which stood watching him dumbly and looked harmless. And then it shot out a poisonous tendril from its body at lightning fast speed, and latching onto Stubba. Ah! Stubba screamed, thrashing to get free as at least a dozen other gooses started inching toward him. Within seconds, they had all wrapped their tendrils around him too, threatening to completely swallow him up. I too sometimes hear loud cacophonous voices. These characters are so relatable. Damn. Stubba! Mario cried, charging blindly forward and sending the gooses flying with one furious swing of his hammer. Unfortunately, now that he had gotten their attention, the entire army of poisonous creatures fixed their eyes on Mario's team and began oozing inexorably toward them. What was that about them not being strong? Gooblain smarted in exasperation as they all started backing away. They're not strong. Not by themselves anyway, said Maisie, but they're never by themselves. Okay then. Mario was starting to get nervous. Maisie, you don't know how you can beat those ghosts, do you? Well, they hate light. They only come out in dark places, she offered. But that's not going to help us if the sun won't even... She broke off in confusion when she saw the delighted look on his face. Mario? She blinked in surprise as suddenly pulled out the Aeon Hourglass and quickly tipped it over. The entire group disappeared in a blaze of light just as the first goose launched itself at them. Poison Factory, 3:30 p.m. As Mario's vision cleared, he wasn't surprised to find out that the scenery wasn't much better during the day. The smoke still filled the air, and the dismal gray clouds still covered the sky, meaning the sky was nowhere to be seen. Thanks for the alert. But it was light out, and that seemed to be good enough. There were no gooses anywhere. Phew, what a relief, Mario sighed, relaxing. Maisie didn't look quite so comfortable. Why did she whipped her head around. What's going on, Mario? What did you do? Oh, hold on. Alright. She stared at the hourglass in his hands. What is that thing? Mario looked back at her. Oh, Maisie, you still don't know what's really going on, do you? He realized. I guess we better fill you in. Maisie looked away from the hourglass and up at him, quickly noticing the concerned look on his face. Mario, what's going on? Mario couldn't help but feel sorry for her. This whole time, she had no idea what it was she was really being forced to fight against. He had to break this to her gently. Well, it's about the Sun Souls, what they're really for, he began. They actually belong to the 12 Guardians. So he explained the whole thing to her as cautiously as he could. Just as he predicted, she looked utterly horrified. You can't be serious, she breathed. Someone would actually do a thing like that? Why, that's completely blasphemous! Then the full implications of what he said seemed to hit her, and she looked even more upset. And all this time? You've been trying to bring the Guardians back, and I've been getting in your way. She stared off into the distance, looking drained. I've done even worse things than I thought. Oh, Mario. Maisie, it's not your fault, remember? Mario assured her, putting a hand on her shoulder. Anyway, at least you know the truth now. But Bulbin does have a Sun Soul in a factory somewhere, right? She nodded firmly. Yes, and I know exactly where it is. I'll take you right to it, she promised him. He's not getting away with this. Just out of curiosity, Julia spoke up, you never, went anywhere near it, do you? You never touched it? Everyone looked at Maisie in interest, but she just looked perplexed at the strange question. No, of course not. Bulbin always kept it for himself, she replied. Why do you ask? Julia and the others looked a little disappointed. Oh, no reason. Okay, can we shut up and get going now? I'm getting ready to puke from all the stench. Goobrain cut in impatiently. Right, we better hurry and go. Mario agreed, and the group walked across the eerie courtyard and over to the door on the other side. Alright. Water. Poison Factory, 3:31 p.m. The second part of the factory had an identical layout to the first, containing 3 upper floors with doors that branched off in all different directions. As Maisie explained to them, the door they were looking for was on the top floor, but it was being held shut by 3 hydraulic wheels somewhere within the building. There's on one each of the upper floors, she concluded as the group was navigating its way through another maze of conveyor belts. Don't worry, I'll show you where each of them are. I can find my way around this place in my sleep by now. They quickly found a room containing the first staircase and ascended to the second floor. Luckily, they weren't blocked off by force fields in this part of the factory. The team still had a large array of poisonous enemies to deal with, but with Maisie around, they weren't nearly as big a threat anymore. She was often able to subdue them with a single lullaby, sending them dropping to the floor, out cold. Finally, they arrived at a very large room on the second floor and skidded to stop its surprise. The room here had no floor at all, only a bunch of huge gears lying parallel with the ground floor. They were turning around and around as they ran the conveyor belt on the lower floor, and the only way the group could even get to the other end of the room was by jumping across them. Well, we gotta get over there somehow, Julia said resignedly. Everyone's eyes fell on the hydraulic wheel resting on the other side of the room. It had a thick metal pipe snaking out of its top, leading to somewhere far above them. Oh, great, Mario groaned, gazing out at the quickly rotating gears. We have to jump across those things? I'm getting sick just looking at them. Don't worry about that, Mario. I'll do it. Snatcho immediately volunteered. Mario gave him a look. You will? Are you sure you can make it over there? Oh, come on, partner. I've handled Wild Yoshi's a million times trickier than this. He glanced over at Maisie to make sure she was watching him. Here I go. He started jumping fearlessly and agilely across the room. and made it about halfway before he was suddenly flung off the spinning gear and down to the floor. Ah! Macy just stared down dumbly after him. Oh dear, he doesn't think things through, does he? Hannah doubled over laughing while Juliet blushed and giggled uneasily. Poor Maisie, she doesn't even know when somebody's flirting with her, said the little doobly ghost. Several minutes later, Snatchel came bursting through the door again, looking very ticked off, but Mario had already hopped across the gears himself and turned the metal wheel. As he did, there was a deafening hissing sound that came from the pipe, sounding like the release of a large amount of pressure. Maisie beamed in approval. That was wonderful, Mario. Snatchel deflated. Oh, come on. On the way back to the main area, Mario suddenly noticed a tall, zigzagging staircase leading up to the wall of the room they were in. Where does that go, Maisie? What? Oh, I'm actually not sure. Mario strained to look up at the very top of the staircase, and when he saw where it led to, he looked excited. Hey, there's a big chest up there, he realized. Hang on a second, everyone. I'll be right down. What on earth is he doing? Mario wondered as the plumber took off like a rocket. You clearly don't know the first rule of adventuring. Open every chest you find, Henry said jokingly. I thought the first rule of adventuring was to go into every house you find because for some reason the people living here probably won't care and might actually give you stuff, Julia remarked, cocking her head. Am I the only one who's noticed that? Very funny video game joke there, Julia. Yeah, that's probably a rule too, Hannah muttered. Meanwhile, Mario had reached the ledge at the very top of the stairs and smiled in anticipation as he pried open the large chest. He guessed that it was another upgrade waiting for him. Then it turned out he was right. Guys! Guys! Look what I found! He shouted a minute later, dashing back down the stairs and grinning. Are you ready for this? He reached into his pocket and dramatically pulled out. Hannah blinked. Mario, that's a rock. I love rocks! Mario frowned. It's not just a rock, it's an Ultra Stone, he protested, holding up the red spherical stone for the group to see. We could use this to upgrade you guys even more. Saba looked delighted. Oh, really? You mean we could get you stronger? That's so neat. Yeah, it should be really useful. Mario agreed, watching the little clubber run around in excited circles to try to imagine him being even more destructive than he already was. At any rate, Mario didn't even have to wait long to find the next Luma. He noticed a glimmer of sparkles right next to the stairs leading up to the third floor. Just as before, the smog and poison puffs were beginning to fill up the air as they went up, and so they plowed their way through as quickly as they could. Eventually, they worked their way down a long and very dark hallway that has cut off with a force field at the end. Maisie was able to disable it the same way she'd done for the first one, and Mario quickly ran up and turned the wheel that was on the other side. But as they were heading back, oh great, those goose freaks are back. Mario stopped where he was. They are? I don't see any. Where are they? Try right above you. Mario froze and slowly looked up in time to see a group of gooses hanging off the ceiling, cackling in bubbling voices as they corroded away one of the huge pipes running across. Mario blanched. Oh! Ah! He screamed, leaping back just in time as the pipe came completely loose and crashed to the ground, sending up a spray of steam and completely cutting off their escape. The gooses let out wicked laughs and slowed off into the shadows? What is that word? Oh my goodness! Mario, are you alright? Maisie cried, running up to him. Mario tried to calm his heartbeat. Oh yeah, I've nearly died plenty of times already. Don't worry. The Daisy turned to look at the thick pipe that was now sprawled across the room. Well, that's good, but now we're stuck over here. How are we going to get back? I don't imagine any of us are strong enough to move that. Mario rubbed his chin and looked thoughtful for a moment before he seemed to get an idea. You're right. We can't move that thing. And then withdrew the hourglass, which is why I say we cheat. His partners grinned as he turned the hourglass over and transported them away. Damn. Poison Factory, 3:47 a.m. Getting another water. There we go. Without the fallen pipe to get in their way, the group made their way to the final staircase and ascended to the very top floor. Before long, they had walked through a door that led them to a large, mostly nondescript room. But on the other head was an enormous, circular metal door at least 6 inches thick. It looked like the door to a safe. That's where we want to go, and there's the last wheel, said Maisie, noting the hydraulic wheel just to the left of the door. Listen everyone, The group turned to her. Before we get in there, I just wanted to say thank you. For the first time I saw all of you, I always hoped you'd be the ones who would shut this awful place down. And it looks like you really are. I never should have doubted you for a minute. What? Are you surprised? Come on, we're Team Mario. Hannah laughed. And anyway, we wouldn't have made it this far without you. Yeah, you're awesome. Nobody could beat us. Stubba cheered, running up and giving Maisie a hug. She was so shocked she didn't move. Stubba quickly realized something was wrong and looked up at her in concern. What's the matter? You alright, Maisie? Asked Mario. Oh, yes, it's nothing, she quickly promised them. It's just you have been so wonderful to me, even after everything, and She hesitated. I've just been here for such a long time, I almost forgot what it was like to be part of a family? Hannah prompted her with a smile. Maisie looked at her in surprise. A family. Is that what this is? Afraid so, Mario replied. And that means you can't get rid of us, no matter how hard you try or how annoying we are. Stubba frowned. But we're not annoying, are we, Mario? Maisie saw the very concerned look on his face and actually started laughing. And it was a genuine, mirthful laugh. Of course not, sweetheart, she promised Stubba, ruffling his 3 little hairs. All of you, Mario. I think you and your friends are the most wonderful people I ever met. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to have friends like you. She started blinking back tears, and Mario realized that the misgivings she had toward them before were completely gone. If anyone can help me save Viney Valley, I know you all can. I wouldn't put my faith in anyone else. Hannah was grinning. Ah, group hug! She cheered, dashing forward only for Mario to grab her and haul her back. Maybe some other time, Hannah. We still got stuff to take care of. Hannah looked sheepish. Yeah, you're right. I'll go turn that last wheel. You guys just wait here. His partners obediently stood back and waited as Mario walked over to the other end of the room. He paused in front of the wheel and, before he turned it, glanced back at his partners and saw them talking quietly to each other. Oh, excuse me. He watched Maisie and smiled. It's really something. No matter how many partners I get, they never stop surprising me. I never would have guessed you turned out to be such a nice person. Well, you're quite full of surprises, Mario, said a somewhat older female voice. I bet she never would have guessed you'd meet someone as wonderful as you. Mario blushed. Oh, stop it. You don't need to flatter me like that. Why? Who's flattering? It's the truth, darling, laughed a second voice. You're loyal and kind, and so very charming. She's a lucky one. So, who's the second voice is Flurry. Who's the first voice? Well, I'm glad you feel that way, but right now all I'm worried about is helping her out and clearing her name. I'm sure you do just that, the first voice replied. I know it certainly helped me more than I could ever repay you for, although I suppose looking after a bunch of kids isn't quite as hard as what she's been through. What we're trying to say is, we have faith in you, Mario dear. The second voice chimed in. Fate brought you together for a reason. Whatever has happened in the past, she couldn't be in better hands. I sure hope you're right, Mario muttered. He stepped back and looked at the wheel. Well, here goes. He tightly gripped the wheel in both his hands and gave it a hard turn. Just as the other two had done, the pipe that extended out of it let out a loud hiss, and Mario could see that the pipe snaked right over to the door. Ever so slowly, accompanied by a grating metallic creak, the door swung open. His partners stopped what they were doing and stared. Mario quickly walked over to join them. I can't believe it. We actually made it this far, said Julia. Mario smiled. Well, we are heroes after all, he replied. You guys ready? This is really it. No turning back. We're right behind you, partner, Snatchel said loyally. Maisie nodded firmly. It's time to make Bobbin pay for what he's done. I've stood back and let this happen long enough. Mario looked at his friends in approval. Whatever Bobbin had planned for them on the other side, they were a team. They would face it together. The group slowly crowded through the door, and with a deafening clang and a hiss, it slammed shut behind them. The author's note. Yes, not only do you have to wait a month, you have to wait a month for a boring dungeon crawling part. Sorry about that. But yeah, here's the last part of Chapter 5. I'm going to take another break, refill water, get a snack, and we should be able to finish this chapter as well as the post-chapter stuff. So yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Like, how long is the interlude? Oh yeah, they're quite beefy, so I'll be right back.
And I'm back. Alright. Final part of chapter 5. Let's go. Poison Factory, 3:59 a.m. The room on the other side was large and circular. Mario and the others quickly realized they were standing on a grate just like the one in the room where they had battled the putrid piranhas. That was the only floor in the room. They could see through it all the way down to the completely flooded bottom floor, and it was a very long drop. What really held their attention, however, was the enormous metal tank on the other side of the room, as well as the person standing in front of it. "There you are," Mario said in a low voice. Bobbin immediately turned around and looked at the team, trying to appear surprised. "Oh, Mario, you and your friends made it after all," he said. "I guess you really are as strong as they say. Thank goodness." He put on an innocent smile, and Mario thought it was the most disgusting thing he'd ever seen. "It almost pains me to tell you that I've been playing with you all this time." "Stop fooling around, Bobbin," Mario snarled him, clenching his fists. "We already know the whole truth. We know what you've been doing here, and we know what you did to Maisie." The mayor frowned slightly. "Is that so? Well, that hardly matters. You still couldn't stop me, and you're not getting out of here alive." He took a few steps forward them, causing them all to instinctively strike battle stances. He openly scoffed at this. "You want to fight me? You don't understand, do you? I have enough power in this room to end all of your games in a heartbeat. Although, if you all were to leave right now and pretend you never saw any of this, I might be inclined to leave you alone." "Yeah, right," Hannah snarled at him. "We're not going anywhere. We know you got a Sun Soul in here, when we're not leaving without it." Bobbin stared at her for a moment, before he seemed to realize what she was talking about. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot about that. This is what you came for?" Suddenly, there came a glowing from somewhere behind the large metal tank. Mario's party all stared warily up at it, and their eyes widened as the source of the glowing suddenly rose up and appeared before them. It was an absolutely stunning Sun Soul, colored a deep, majestic bluish green. It gave off a brilliant light as it hovered on top of the metal tank, too far away for Mario's team to reach. "No, I can't imagine I'll let you have this, Mario," Bowman said, conversationally. "I should thank you, though. After I defeat you and your friends, I'll be able to take all of your Sun Souls for myself. That should save me quite a bit of trouble, even if Maisie completely failed at the job I gave her." Mario was too furious to respond. Even now, Boba was using the same friendly, innocent mannerisms he used when he was masquerading in front of his village. How could he be so nonchalant about this? Mario would have preferred if he had been gloating. "Maisie was the only one before you to find out my little secret, you know," he went on. "And I suppose you saw what I did to her just a while ago. So unless you want to end up like her..." "That's enough out of you, Bobbin," came a voice, and suddenly Maisie stepped out right from behind Mario, very much alive. Bobbin took one look at her, and for the first time, his confidence started to falter. You? What are you doing here?" he cried, his eyes wide with disbelief. I saw you. How could you have survived that? You're nothing but a pathetic little flower." Mario scoffed at him. "Not Harley. She's not just a flower. She's a mother. You really have no idea how dangerous they are, do you?" Okay, that's a weird comment to make, Mario. "I'm putting an end to this now, Bobbin," Maisie snapped at her, her voice seething with the anger and hatred she'd been unable to act on until now. "For too long now I've been your willing pawn. For too long I've stood back watched as you did these unspeakable things at the expense of innocent people like Mario and his friends. But it all ends here. You're going to pay for what you did to my home and what you did to my son." Hannah let out a low whistle. "That was one awesome lady." I think Diavelli was less scary than her," Julia agreed. Bobbin just glared at her for a long moment before he seemed to collect himself again. "Big words, Maisie," he chided, "but I'm afraid you and Mario are both too late. Mario, you do remember what I told you Maisie was doing here, don't you? Experimenting with ingesting poison and all that?" Mario just glared at him.
Yeah, I'm sure you remember. Well, obviously there was a greater truth to that. That is exactly what I've been doing in here after all, and I come to the conclusion that there's simply no way to avoid the mental detriment that comes with ingesting this poison. But knowing you come in here trying to stop me at any moment, I decided to risk it and ingested it anyway. Oh, damn. Mario's team had not been expecting that. You what? Mario cried, aghast. Are you mad? Maisie protested. Oh, quite possibly. Yes, I have quite a bit of it inside of me right now, he said in a completely calm, matter-of-fact voice. I imagine you all be no match for me once the effect kicks in. Oh yes, it's starting right now. I can feel it. Dude, the dude fucking did drugs just to own them. Damn. Mario and his friends automatically stepped backwards, staring at the mayor in horror as the pain look suddenly crossed his face and he began to groan. Mario supposed they should have done something to stop him, but they were all too terrified to make a move. His groaning grew louder and more pain, and then suddenly he began to balloon in size. His collar and his hat snapped off as it grew and grew, sprouting a set of fangs as his skin changed color to more closely match the poison surrounding them. His blue flower turned into something out of a horror story, growing a long snout along with its own set of fangs. What the fuck? Finally, the growing stopped, and Mario's team found themselves staring up in terror at the mutated Bobo towering over him. He was drooling poison, had an insane look in his eyes, suggesting he wasn't exactly thinking logically anymore. This is just Resident Evil now. Like, this is just straight up Resident Evil. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, Maisie whispered, looking as frightened as everyone else. He's gone too far this time. This is unforgivable. We gotta fight him? Stubba whimpered. Never within his short life, not even within the past few weeks, had he come across someone as bad as this. This was a whole new class of villain. Get ready, you guys, Mario muttered, pulling out his hammer. The transformed mayor let out a horrible, booming laugh, signaling that he was ready and able to bring their games to a swift and painful end. Goomblain was actually shaking as he pulled his phone out. Okay guys, as of a few seconds ago, this thing's called Toxic Bowman. He can attack us by spitting out a bunch of poison or chopping down on us with that big flower. And we can store his health if he gets low, so you better not give it a chance to do it. I can already tell this is going to be a great fight, Hannah groaned. Before she or any of the others could make a move, Toxic Bowman stomped over to them and spewed out a glob of poison. Everyone screamed and jumped out of the way, and the poison landed on the ground with an ugly hiss. That stuff looks like it could melt your skin off, Mario said in horror as everyone stared at it. This is not good. Looking angry and determined, Maisie quickly stepped forward and performed the loudest lullaby she could. Toxic Bowman recoiled in physical pain at the sound of it, briefly looking drowsy but quickly shaking it off. He wasn't going to be taken down that easily. The flower in his head suddenly rushed down to take a bite out of her, but she quickly jumped out of the way. While he was distracted with her, Mario and the others ran up and prepared to attack as well. Mario threw himself into the air and performed a violent power bounce at a giant Bobo. Oh, that was the Metroid theme. That was the Metroid theme playing, which proved to be a mistake when his flower grabbed Mario by the leg and hurled him across the room. Mario! Screamed several of his partners as he came crashing to the ground. He groaned, trying to steady himself. He wasn't poisoned, but that luck wouldn't hold out for long. He lifted his hands up to see most of the partners running over to him, except for Hannah, who was keeping Toxic Bowman at bay by hurling hammer after hammer until her arm was sore. He didn't seem to be bothered by them though, and just growled annoyance at her. Guys, I'm fine! Go help her! Mario shouted, but it was too late. He heard Hannah scream and looked over to her just in time to see her jump into her shell as Toxic Bowman spat an enormous glob of poison at her, completely coating her. Hello cutie, how's it going? I'm currently reading a pretty neat Paper Mario fanfic. Let's see. Oh no! Hannah! He screamed, scrambling over and praying that stuff wouldn't eat through her shell. Somebody help me out of here! I'll take care of Bowman, Mario! He turned to find Maisie sitting next to him. He's my responsibility. You worry about her. It's good? Awesome. Yuck. Mario reluctantly nodded and crouched over Hannah as she slowly withdrew from her shell. She sighed in release as she looked fine. Yuck, I need a bath, she groaned. Meanwhile, Maisie was trying to keep Toxic Bowman distracted by singing at him again and again, driving him backwards. Finally, the effect seemed to kick in and was starting to stagger around drowsily, struggling to keep his eyes open. Unfortunately, this had the unintended side effect of throwing off his arm. Mario! Maisie cried out as Bulbin spat out a poisonous glob. Its aim went wild and it flew right at Mario. Mario's eyes bulged. He didn't have time to get away, but then Maisie shoved him out of the way, the poison spattered onto her instead. Maisie! He gasped, but although she winced in discomfort, she didn't look affected at all. Then suddenly, she produced a handful of what looked like sparkling blue pollen and blew it right in Mario's face. Caught completely by surprise, Mario let out a violent sneeze as the pollen settled on him. He suddenly felt lightheaded. What has she done? "You can't poison me, Mario," she reminded him as she rubbed the sludge off of herself. "And as long as I'm here, he can't poison you either." Mario blinked as he realized he had just used hay fever on him. "Thanks, Maisie," he said, quickly turning his attention back to the battle. "You better do that to the other guys too. I don't want any of us getting poisoned from that." Toxic Bulbin looked displeased with this turn of events. He growled dangerously at Mario and Maisie before advancing on them, only to be stopping by the other partners. Snatcho came up from the side and rammed into him with all his strength, causing him to gasp in pain and almost tipping him over. Stubba joined in by clubbing him as hard as he could, angrily screaming at the top of his lungs. "Both of you, get out of there!" Maisie shouted at them. Sure enough, Toxic Bulbin immediately turned his attention to the two of them, looking furious. His flower snapped down at them with the intention of biting them in half, and they just barely ran out of the way in time. Maisie had to jump in and make Bulbin pause with another lullaby. "If you're going to attack him like that, don't be so reckless!" She scolded the other two as she turned to face them. "Don't you realize how dangerous this is? You're going to get yourselves killed!" Snatcho started blushing. Sorry." Maisie shook her head and blew a handful of hay fever pollen on them. While she called the other partners over and gave them similar treatment, Mario realized he was the only one to keep Toxic Bulbin distracted. He immediately ran up and started power smashing with all his might, desperately trying to keep the Bulbin's attention away from Maisie. It definitely worked. Bulbin bellowed in fury and spat a mouthful of poison at Mario at point-blank range, covering him from head to toe. Mario groaned in disgust, but luckily, what should have been enough to lethally poison him had no effect at all. He sighed in relief. Meanwhile, all the partners had started ganging up on Toxic Bulbin at once. Gooblain was multi-bonking him in the head, while Dulia followed suit with a head missile. Snatcho had his lasso around the flower's mouth, so it couldn't go taking a bite out of anyone. It didn't work out very long. Bulbin suddenly screamed in fury and went completely berserk, throwing all the partners off of him with one good swipe. Mario gasped and hurried over to them, only to see Bulbin spit out glob after glob of disgusting sludge at them, determined to finish him off once and for all. "Oh shit! Oh crap! Fall back!" Mario just said crap. "That's crazy! Oh my god!" Mario shouted, and everyone scrambled to get out of his range. He continued bellowing what were probably threats at them as he spat out more and more poison, which covered the grate they were standing on and started eating away at it with an ominous hissing. Mario and the others tried to figure out a way to attack him, but he was attacking so wildly they didn't even have a safe window. "What does he think he's doing? He's not even trying to hit us," Julia said in confusion. "He's not aiming for us," Mario suddenly realized as he glanced down at the floor. "He's trying to crow the floor away. He's going to make us all fall to our deaths." Stubba started panicking. "What?" he cried, clinging onto Mario in fear. "We gotta stop him!" "We can't even do that unless he slows down somehow, which I don't think he will." God, I keep defaulting to the Mario voice when it's another character. Ah! Hanner said quietly. Mario continued to watch the spectacle in fright until he finally got an idea. "Then I said we slow him down ourselves," he decided. Turned to Stubba. "Stubba, you ready?" "Oh yeah," the little clubber said determinedly. Both of them grabbed hands and valiantly raced forward. "Freeze frame!" Toxic Bulbin briefly stopped what he was doing, gazing in confusion at the shining frame of green light that had suddenly materialized around him. He glared at it wearily as it surrounded him, unsure what to do, and then it gave out a blinding flash, and he was frozen in place. "Yes, we did it!" Mario cheered. "Come on, guys, now's our chance!" The entire team came charging forward and unleashed their most powerful attacks on the defenseless Bulbin. Along with Gooblain, Mario was power bouncing on his head as hard as he possibly could, grunting with the effort as he used every reserve of his energy. The effect only lasted for a moment, but by the time Bulbin returned to normal and furiously sent everyone flying off of him, the damage had been done. I think it's working, everyone! He's running out of energy! Maisie announced. Sure enough, Bulbin was visibly panting in exhaustion, looking like he would fall over at any moment. Mario grinned in triumph. But then Bulbin suddenly backed up until he was standing right in front of the metal tank. The smile fell from Mario's face as he watched in confusion, and then his jaw dropped as a rain of poison suddenly came out of a shower head attached to the tank that he hadn't even noticed before. Bulbin was completely drenched in it, and it had the opposite effect it would have on any normal person. Within seconds, he was at full strength and grinned crazily at the group. What? Hannah cried. Oh, come on! That's completely unfair! I'm pretty sure he doesn't care about that, Hannah, said Mario. Whatever, that just means we can pound him even more, Goublin snarled, not looking concerned. He raced back into the battle, the others reluctantly following after him. The battle continued, but while Mario and the others were fighting like a true team, it still wasn't enough. Whenever Toxic Bulbin got low on energy, he just walked under the tank and recovered his energy with another spray of poison. This happened again and again, and no matter how hard he tried, Mario's team just couldn't seem to get an edge on him. This ain't working, Mario, Snatcher groaned after a long while. Whenever we bang him up, he just goes and heals himself. I know, you're right, Mario sighed, fighting back exhaustion as he swayed on his feet. If only they could get rid of that tank somehow, Bulbin would be defenseless, but there was no possible way they could reach it safely. He felt his shoulders sagging in defeat. It's useless. We can't do this. Maybe not, but we can. Mario's head jerked up. What the? Suddenly, there came a loud, creaking groan from the tank. It took Mario a moment to realize that it was tipping over. Holy cow! Get him! Get back, everybody! He cried as he grabbed Stubba, who was closest to him, and scrambled backwards. Everyone else yelped an alarm and did likewise, and not a moment too soon. The tank fell over on its side with a crash that shook the whole floor, spilling the poison out and leaving it completely unusable. Standing at the side of the tank were at least a dozen of the citizens of Viney Valley, led by Palona and Fidelity. Hey! Hello! Palona sang cheerfully as they all hopped off and ran to join Mario. I hope we're not too late. Mario stared at them. What are you all doing here? We followed you, Fidela said simply. You were right about us, Mario. We've been having problems, but that's because we're gonna bring ourselves to face them head on. Mario blinked. Oh, yeah, and when we saw you guys going off to the factory by yourselves, we knew you could sit back and let a bunch of complete strangers fight our battles for us, said another Daisy, shaking his head vehemently. No way! You really got through to us, Mario. We're not taking this anymore. We're helping you save Vine Valley. So, where's Maisie so we could tear her a new one? Palona said angrily. Maisie frowned. I'm right here. Palona turned and stared at her. You're... what? Mario sighed. Guys, she's with us, okay? He said. I know it doesn't make sense, but we'll explain later. Just help us deal with Bulbin right now. Bulbin was not pleased about this, and he was not at all pleased that he just lost his only means of healing himself. He let out a furious roar, causing the new arrivals to spin around and get a good look at him for the first time. Ink! What happened to him? Paluna cried. Nothing that a good butt-whooping can't fix, Goublin growled, charging forward to attack. Everyone else followed after him, fueled with confidence now that Bulbin was on his last legs. The giant Bulbo roared at them in a rage, but they weren't afraid of him anymore. Maisie led the attack as she unleashed a devastating lullaby, disorienting and confusing him, but making him even angrier in the process. Hannah and Stubba fought with their weapons. Goublin jumped on him, snatched a ram into him, and Dulia threw up a plasma shield whenever he attempted to attack one of her friends. Mario just did what he did best and gripped his hammer, swinging it at Bulbin and striking him clear across the face, and finally, it seemed to do the trick. Bulbin started swaying, breaking off his attacks on the group and going cross-eyed as he struggled to remain standing. Mario and his friends quickly backed safely out of the way, watching as he staggered and stumbled before finally falling over and crashing down onto the grate. The team watched him warily until they realized he wasn't going to attack them anymore, then finally relaxed a little. I guess this means we beat him, Hannah finally said. Thank goodness, Stubba sighed. That was really scary. I'll say. I was really worried there for a while, Dulia agreed. Mario was still looking at Bulbin. He was lying on his side, completely exhausted and seemingly unable to get back up. In fact, he looked totally helpless now. He could only glare at Mario and the others, and he couldn't do a thing to defend himself. Mario looked at him in disgust. After everything he's done, and now he's powerless. He's completely pathetic. Damn. Imagine Mario actually saying that. Okay guys, let's finish him. He grabbed his hammer and was about to step forward when suddenly he thought of something and quickly stopped. On second thought, Maisie, why don't you do the honors? All the other partners nodded, looking eager to finally see Bulbin come to justice. Maisie, on the other hand, looked shocked as she saw the others watching her expectantly. She instantly lost what confidence she had, looking completely unsure of what to do. Her gaze went back and forth between Bulbin and the others, and finally, she lowered her head and shook it. No, I won't do it. Everyone looked at her in surprise. But Maisie shook her head again and Mario felt silent. I hate Bulbin for what he almost made me became, Mario. It was bad enough that I had to fight you all those times, but I can never bring myself to hurt someone if they can't defend themselves. I'm certainly not going to finish him off now, not when he's like this. She turned to glare at him. You hear me, Bulbin? I'm sparing you. Maybe this way you have the chance to do something good with yourself. For a moment, Bulbin just glared silently at her, his sides heaving as he struggled to breathe. It was unclear whether or not he even understood her, but in the end it didn't matter. Whatever offer she had given him, he rejected it. He surprised everyone with a deafening roar as he summoned the last of his energy and threw himself at her. Maisie gasped and everyone screamed, but she couldn't get out of the way in time. And then the floor gave out. Ah! Hannah cried, her hands flying to her mouth. Bulbin's attempt to weaken the floor had worked after all, and it bent and broke underneath him. Maisie watched in terror as he plummeted down, and finally a loud splash from the bottom floor told everyone he made it all the way down. No! Mario and the others hang back nervously as Maisie dashed over to the place where he'd fallen, a horrified look in her eyes. Everyone was deathly silent as she peered over the edge of the floor. For a long moment she was silent, and then her shoulders sagged. He's gone. That's all she said. Mario exchanged a look with his partners. They looked stunned, frightened, or upset, but none of them looked happy. Finally, he walked up to Maisie and put a hand on her shoulder. Maisie, don't feel bad. It wasn't your fault. She nodded, though she didn't turn to face him. I know, Mario. Now everyone else was staring down as well. I can't believe that guy was our mayor, Helena said with a shudder. That's so totally freaky. I can't believe none of us ever realized what he was truly like, Videla sighed. If only we would have been wiser, we could have prevented this. Yeah, you chumps are all total morons, Gooblain agreed wholeheartedly. Mario glared at him and was about to open his mouth to give him a reprimand, when it was cut off by the floor beginning to shake. Everyone froze up. Oh great, what's going on? Mario groaned. Oh no, said Maisie, peering over the edge of the floor again. When Bulbin fell, the impact must have caused the entire factory to start to collapse. Everyone, we have to leave or we'll all be crushed. Eek! Everybody run! Polina shrieked, running out the door as the rumbling grew stronger. Everyone else started screaming in panic and followed after her, and Mario was about to do the same when... The Sun Soul! He spun around, and sure enough, the Sun Soul was now floating a few inches off the ground where Bulbin had stood. Forgotten amidst the chaos, he panicked and started running over to it, ignoring everyone else fleeing in the opposite direction. Mario, what are you doing? Hannah cried. Mario, we have to get out of here now, Maisie shouted at him. But the Sun Soul! Mario protested desperately. We can't leave without... He was cut off as an enormous pipe suddenly crashed to the ground directly in front of him, hissing violently and spewing out steam. He cried out and staggered backwards, desperately trying to make out the Sun Soul through the cloud of steam. But it was useless. He was too late. There was not a thing he could do except watch in anguish as more and more twisted hunks of metal began crashing down around him. He was so upset he already even noticed Snatcher grabbing him by the wrist and hauling him out of the door in the last instant before the entire ceiling caved in. The next several minutes were a complete blur. Mario's team and everyone from Viney Valley fled backwards to the factory as fast as they possibly could, even as they were surrounded by deafening crashes and hisses, and the whole building started collapsing around them. Stubba was wailing and sobbing in fright as Hannah desperately pulled him along, and Gloomlane was callously shoving everyone out of the way as he struggled to get ahead. Everyone follow me! I know how to get out of here! Came Maisie's voice from somewhere near the front of the group, but all the smoke and steam was making it impossible for Mario to see where she was. He groped blindly along, trying to follow everyone's voice as they scrambled down 1, 2, 3 flights of stairs. Guys, wait for me! He shouted as he ran, though he was sure nobody could hear him. Now red lights were flashing and alarms were blaring. Please wait! Before he made it to the bottom of the floor, the constant rumbling suddenly erupted into a violent lurch, throwing Mario off his feet and sending him tumbling head over heels down the stairs and crashing to the ground. Oh, he groaned, weakly lifting his head up and looking around frantically. He couldn't see anybody else. They couldn't have left him, could they? They had to realize he was gone. Guys, where are you? Guys, I can't! Suddenly, he felt himself being hauled to his feet. Wouldn't it do to have you get lost at a place like this, would it? Came Fidella's voice from right next to him. Come on, Mr. Mario, we're almost there, said Palina. So the three of them took off, charging over to the door that led outside and racing through the now deserted courtyard. They ran back into the front part of the factory, where the rest of the group was still fighting to make their way through. This is ridiculous! Hannah shouted, frantically swinging her hammer at a group of poison puffs that were trying to block off their escape. Mario, you're here! Saba cried in relief as he saw the plumber approach. Yeah, I'm here, said Mario, quickly pulling out his hammer. Now let's take care of this. By the time he finished off all the poison puffs, they were almost out of time. The shaking was getting stronger, and ceiling lights were beginning to fall to the ground as they ran, shattering and sending up sparks. Maisie continued to lead the way as they ran frantically through the maze of conveyor belts, which were starting to malfunction and send up smoke. Mario was completely blinded, not knowing how close they were, whether they would make it or not, whether this was the end. I have to get some water. Trickleback River, 2:59 a.m. And then finally, they reached the front door and came out charging out. Mario felt the cold outside air hit him in the face as they raced across the stone bridge to the other side of the lake without looking back, only stopping when they were as far away as possible. As Mario paused to catch his breath, he suddenly heard a series of deafening crashes coming from behind him. His partners drew closely together in fear, watching the spectacle. Mario turned around in time to see the entire building come crashing down on itself, the upper floors collapsing into the lower ones and the smokestacks crumbling to the ground. He winced, closing his eyes and covering his ears. There was one horrible crash, and then it was over. Slowly, cautiously, he opened his eyes. Everyone gazed out at the place where the poison factory once stood. Now it was nothing more than an enormous, sprawling pile of metal and rubble, beyond repair and without the capacity to harm anyone ever again. It's gone, Julia said quietly. The whole thing is gone. Maisie stared at it for a long moment before bowing her head solemnly. And may that be the last we ever hear of it, she sighed. We're not gonna have to pay for this, are we? Palina asked uneasily. Hearing her voice made Mario remember what else he'd been meaning to say. He walked over to the citizens of Viney Valley, who were all crowded together. You guys saved us, he addressed them with a broad smile. Thank you! Oh, you're welcome, Palina chirped happily. Fidela just rolled his eyes at her. We're the ones who should be thanking you, Mario, said the Toad. If you and your friends hadn't come along, well, we'll all be goners. But Viney Valley is saved now, thanks to you. Mario's smile suddenly fell from his face as he remembered something. Yeah, but... He felt his heart sink. We still didn't get what we came here for. He gazed sadly at his partners. The Sun Soul. We couldn't save it. Palina suddenly brightened up even more. Oh, you mean this thing? As she reached behind herself and pulled it out, holding out for Mario to see. The plumber and Fidela stared at her in shock. But we... How'd you get that thing? Beats me, she said with a shrug. But if you want it, go ahead and take it, Mr. Mario. You totally deserve it. Wait, how did she get that? What? Fidela sighed. She's right, Mario, he said. We all owe you our lives. This thing is the very least you deserve. Finally, Mario decided not to question it and just shook his head. Thank you, guys, he said graciously, walking up and taking the Sun Soul from Palina. But as a matter of fact, I'm not the one you should be giving it to. Without another word, he turned around and opened his hands. By now, glowing fiercely and brilliantly, the Sun Soul floated away from him. His other partners smiled and stepped backwards as they saw it. But Maisie, who was staring at it with wide eyes, was frozen in place. Mario, what's going on? She asked timidly. Entranced by its glow. This is your Sun Soul, but what is it doing over here? Over with me? And then she seemed to understand. No, No, it can't be. Oh, it sure can, Julia giggled. You're the nicest person we ever met, Maisie. You're gonna be the best guardian ever. Isn't that something? Mario said with an ironic smile. You told us you wanted all the Sun Souls for yourself, and this one belonged to you the whole time. Maisie just stared at him. But you can't possibly... No, there must be some mistake. I don't deserve an honor like this. Maisie, I can't think of anyone more deserving than you, said Mario, meaning every word of it. Yeah, and it's not like you have a choice. You're one of us whether you like it or not, Hannah said with an evil grin. Maisie was almost completely overcome. She felt the tears welling up as she stared at the Sun Soul that was floating expectantly in front of her, aware of everyone watching her. This couldn't possibly be true, and yet... Realizing it was what they were waiting for, she reluctantly reached out and took the Sun Soul in her hands, and she was immediately hit with the indescribable joy that was beaming out of it now that they were finally together. Finally, she was able to look back up at Mario and his friends. Her friends. Oh, Mario! She managed through her tears. I swear to you, I'll work every minute to earn your trust in me. I'll never leave your side again. I promise. Aw, jeez, line it up already, would you? We all love you and stuff, said Hannah, giving her a hug. Hey everyone, look up there, Sinatra said suddenly, pointing up at the sky. Everyone looked up where he was pointing aghast. Now that the factory was gone, the dark, stiffening clouds that had covered up the sky this whole time were finally beginning to dissipate. All of a sudden, everything was becoming bright and clear again, and the brilliant stars were shining down, lighting up the world around them. Wow, look at all the stars, Steppa said quietly, craning his head up as he gazed in fascination at the enormous sky. They're so pretty! Maisie was smiling. And they wouldn't be here now if it weren't for all of you. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, everyone. Mario just gave her a nod. Now let's go find your son, he said as the final traces of cloud and smoke lit the sky, and for the first time in ages, the stars shone on Viney Valley. Mario found the Eve Soul. His star power is now 5. With Maisie's help, he can now use the special move, Clean Sweep. End of chapter. The 5th Sun Soul had been hidden deep within the deadly poison factory, but Mario successfully put an end to the horrible place, saving the town of Viney Valley from a cruel fate. It would not be long before Viney Valley was restored to its former beauty. But what lies in store for Mario now? With only one Sun Soul now remaining, what new dangers await our hero? To be continued. Author's note. Wow, both my stories just featured the heroes running out of a collapsing building. Yes, I know this was a really dark chapter, but I hope that didn't attract you guys too much. This chapter really meant a lot to me, as you maybe could tell, but in any case, the next one will be much more lighthearted and probably much more Paper Mario-esque. Hope to see you soon. Yeah, I think I like this chapter. It's a good one. It gets a bit bloated in the middle, but I like it. So I'm just gonna skim through this for a bit just to see if I want to save this for a next stream or... Alright, I'm gonna take a short break and then we'll finish up the post chapter 5 stuff. So I'll be back. And I'm back, and we're gonna finish this chapter, all the chapter 5 stuff. Author's note: I hate hiatuses, don't you? Nah, sorry, I can't say I agree. I fucking love hiatuses. I love when I have to wait an undeterminable amount of time for new stuff. It's really cool. Seriously though, I've been going through withdrawal from the story. I've been depressed, which should tell you how bent I am on finishing this thing, even if it ends my game, but hopefully it won't. Take care of yourself. The Temple of the Sun, 0. Well, we certainly have been waiting up here a long time, Peach sighed, pacing back and forth around the large room. I just hate that we have no way of knowing what Mario's up to while we're here. I sure hope he got out of the factory alright, Luigi muttered, sitting on the Aeon clock and gazing at his hands. That place sounded just plain spooky. Peach briefly stopped pacing and gazed worriedly at the window. You're right, Luigi. Oh, I'm so worried about him. What if he got into more trouble than he could handle this time? Now, Princess Peach and Master Luigi, we mustn't lose hope, Toadsworth said firmly. After all, Master Mario has gotten through worse scuffles than this in the past. I only wish we had some idea of when to go back downstairs and start investigating again. Oh, sorry. Peach was about to open her mouth to respond, when suddenly she was interrupted by a very loud crash coming from somewhere downstairs. Luigi jumped in fright. What was that? All three of them quickly crouched down in front of the huge clock and tried to listen. After a few more crashes that sounded suspiciously like expensive things being broken, they thought they could hear a very familiar Master of Night roaring something in fury. Peach turned to the others. Well, now's as good a time as any. And so they opened up the passage and walked quickly and quietly down the stairs. They reached the bottom and peered into the hallway, and thankfully King Shroud was currently too enraged to even notice them. What do you mean you didn't go after Mario? He bellowed at Jaff, who had the bad luck to be cowering underneath him that very moment. You knew he was heading for the poison factory and you did nothing about it? Have you not learned yet that Mario is never to be left unsupervised after everything he's done? But it was your order, my lord, Jaff pleaded, looking very unsure of himself for once. You said yourself we shouldn't risk— Don't be ridiculous. I gave no such order, Shroud barked at him. After fighting to contain his anger for a long moment, he finally drew back inside. Oh, fine. I'll just have to roll with the punches then, I suppose. I'm certain you three would have failed against him anyway. Jaff winced at his words, but said nothing, just looking guilty. Wow, I almost feel sorry for that guy, Luigi muttered. I don't, Peach said firmly. Now then, Jaff, if you're correct and Mario has found Eve's soul, then things have just gotten very bad for you indeed. This is your last chance to stop Mario before. Well, anyway, I'd rather discuss this where I'm certain no one could hear us. After glancing around, he grabbed Jaff and pulled him down the hallway, stopping in front of a very ornate door near the end and pulling it open. He shoved Jaff through before walking in himself, then slammed the door shut behind him. The instant he was gone, Peach and the others ran into the hallway. Come on, you two, Peach cried, pulling Luigi along by the wrist. They're probably talking about where the last Sun Soul is. We have to get it there and listen. I get it, Luigi panted. As soon as they arrived at the door, though, all three of them deflated in disappointment. They had no way of getting in. It was latched shut by not one, not two, but 4 locks. Oh dear, Toadsworth sighed. He must be taking extra precautions after we've been gallivanting about all this time. He's smarter than he looks, Peach groaned. Well, this is no good. Now what do we do? What? Who are you guys? Peach, Luigi, and Toadsworth turned in surprise and found themselves looking at someone they hadn't even noticed before. A rather overweight Dark Strider was sitting against the wall on the other side of the door, and it was clear it had been asleep until just a moment ago. You guys are the prisoners, right? He slurred. You're not supposed to be down here, I think. Yeah, I should probably report you guys. Peach frowned at him, not feeling very intimidated. I'm afraid not, mister. What's your name? Huh? Oh, I'm door. Get it? I'm called that because I guard the door. Pretty clever, right?
Genius, Peach grumbled. Anyway, Mr. Door, we need to find where that last sun soul is, and I'm sorry, but you're not stopping us. Yeah, what she said, Luigi added, not sounding as confident. In response, Door just stood up and stretched a little.
Sorry guys, but that's not gonna happen. King Shroud has been guarding the keys that opened this door. I mean, I guess if we could figure it out, which key goes in which lock, then maybe you could get in. But King Shroud says he's the only one smart enough around here to figure that out.
I'm not surprised. You Dark Shredders aren't the brightest bunch, Peach said frankly. But I'm sure we can figure out your little puzzle. Just try us.
Just try us? Oh fuck.
Door just shrugged. Yeah, whatever. Peach blinked as he pulled out a ring of 4 different keys. They all looked ancient and ornate, and each one was colored differently. 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 blue.
Okay, you get 3 hints. If you can figure out on the first try, you could go in, he said nonchalantly. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to give you a beatdown, or something.
Just give us the hints, Peach snapped. Hint number 1, he shouted with a sudden fervor, causing Peach and the others to jump back in shock.
That blue key doesn't go on the bottom. Hint number 2. The yellow key goes between the green and blue keys. Hint number 3. The red key goes 3rd from the top. Got all that?
Peach was stunned. I think so. Hang on. She drew back and conferred with the other 2 for a moment. After running it over, they decided they had the right order, and Peach turned back to Door with a determined look. Alright, give me the keys. Door just shrugged and handed them over. Peach struck the keys in the locks from top to bottom. Blue, yellow, red, and green. She, Luigi, and Toads with beams, all the locks clicked. Door looked pretty unconcerned.
Huh, that was pretty good. Okay, whatever, you can go. We're gonna go take over your world and stuff, just so you know.
And they started off without another word. Good minions are hard to find, it would seem, Toadsworth remarked. Peach just shook her head and pulled the door open ever so slightly, and she, Luigi, and Toadsworth peered through the crack. King Shroud was standing in a meeting room, which was similar to the one where Luigi had met Riz for the first time. I forgot there's a character named Riz. Oh god. Jaff and Riz were standing on either side of him and were glaring at each other in utter contempt. It was only being in the presence of their king that kept them from tearing each other's throats out right there. Now listen, you two, the Master of Night said sternly. I call both of you here because this matter with Mario has reached a critical point. With every Sun Soul he has stolen from us, he has grown in power. Now he only has 1 left to recover, because the 2 of you have failed to stop him at every turn. This is unforgivable. Jaff shook his head desperately. My lord, Mario hasn't beaten us yet, he insisted. My team has been holding back until now. We underestimated Mario and his friends, but it won't happen again. To keep him from finding the Dusk Soul, we shall attack him with all our might. Shroud nodded in agreement. That's right. You will. Jaff briefly paused, then blinked in surprise. Wait, you agree? Yes. In fact, I'm sending every Dark Strider in this temple after Mario. No more games. It's time to attack him with all of our fury, so that he may understand our true strength, and you are going to be leading them. Jaff grew an excited look and nodded eagerly. Thank you, my lord. I swear I shall work to earn this great honor. Riz frowned.
And what am I supposed to do in the meantime?
Shroud turned to her. I was talking to you too, Riz. When I said you would be leading the assault, I meant both of you. You're going to be working together. There was a very elated silence. What? Both Dark Striders finally exploded. Absolutely out of the question, Riz snarled, bristling. I refuse to work with this incompetent fool. Riz, your track record against Mario has been no better than Jaff's, Shroud reminded her. Frankly, I expected it of him, but I have much higher hopes for you. Riz stared up at him in horror. Jaff, while delighted by the look on her face, wasn't any happier about this arrangement than she was. My lord, I don't need your help. My team has this completely under control. Shroud gave him an unimpressed look. Is that so? Remind me again, Jaff. Where did your team hide the Dust Soul? Surely it must be someplace even more dangerous than a poison factory, correct? Jaff suddenly looked mortified, realized he'd been led straight into a trap. As Riz looked expectantly at him, he lowered his gaze to the floor and spoke so quietly it was hard to hear him. The Seashell Hotel, my lord? After staring at him for a moment, Riz burst out laughing. A hotel? The final Sun Soul, our last stand against Mario's forces, and you hide it in a hotel? Oh, you never cease to amuse me, Jaff.
It's not just any hotel, Jaff screamed desperately. The Seashell Hotel is famous for its size. It's one of the crowning achievements of architecture in Chronoside, even larger than our fortress. And we hit it on the very top floor. He turned wistfully to Shroud. My lord, trust me when I say it was the safest place in the region to hide the Sun Soul from Mario. Shroud merely shrugged. You may be right, but it doesn't change the fact that you'll be working with Riz this time. Finding the Sun Soul in a place like that would be difficult enough on its own, but with a full army of Darkstriders in our cause, Mario doesn't stand a chance. He nodded in satisfaction. Now then, you two, go rally the forces and prepare to move out, and do not fail me this time. Jaff and Riz nodded reluctantly, realizing he wouldn't be swayed. They prepared to leave before Shroud had added one more thing. And don't forget, he said seriously, I'm still not convinced either of the ones you two have found are worthy of guarding my greatest treasure. If you are wise, I suggest you continue testing them. Riz, this may be the perfect opportunity for you to bring out that magic Koopa again. As you wish, my lord, Riz agreed. She and Jaff quickly vanished out of the room, and with that, Shroud began waving his scepter above his head and vanished right along with them. Peach slowly drew away from the door and turned to look at her friends, wondering just what they had thought of all this. So, the Seashell Hotel, Toadwood said thoughtfully. Princess, isn't that one of the places you were blathering on about on the way here? It certainly is, Peach agreed, nodding furiously. The Seashell Hotel is part of a very famous resort on Palmy Balmy Beach. Oh my god, that's a great name. It's normally a wonderful place to vacation, but it sounds like the Darkstriders are going to make things difficult. Well, the good news is Mario made it out of the factory, alright, Luigi spoke up. The bad news is he's about to go up against 100 of those blue guys. Peach sighed and shook her head. Come on, you two. We better go back upstairs before we're caught. And so the three of them reluctantly turned around and trudged back up the stairs, deciding there was nothing else they could do now except wait. Peach was starting to feel very weary as they reached the top. Oh, Mario, things just keep getting worse out there for you. Please get out of this, okay? I just want all this madness to be over, so I can see you again. And that's the end of the Peach, Luigi, and Toadsworth adventure. I'm assuming this is Bowser? Yeah. Sip. Saluna Town, 12 o'clock noon. Back! Back, you vile beasts! Cried a very valiant, or possibly very stupid, Koopa who was currently throwing a bunch of empty cans at Bowser. I won't have you defiling a precious town any longer. Stay back, I tell you. Mario wasn't even Bowser. I almost said Mario. Bowser wasn't even paying attention to him. The cans glancing off him like they were nothing. Sheesh, where are those blue guys anyway? They're totally late. I'm getting bored out of my skull here. Finally, the Koopa gave up his attempt and just ran for his life. Bowser kept on walking until he arrived at the area near the center of town, where the Star Pedestal was located, surrounded by park benches. Well, whatever, I guess I could just chill while I'm waiting for them, he decided. He promptly flopped down onto one of the benches, only for it to instantly shatter under his weight and send him to the ground with a thud. He glared down at the pile of timber beneath him. Sheesh, shoddy workmanship. King Bowser, there you are! Bowser glanced over his shoulder and found Jaff, Pell, and Nob glaring up at him. About time you wusses get here. I'm a busy man, you know. Well, King Bowser, it would be much easier to find you sooner if you weren't constantly moving around, Jaff growled in exasperation. Now perhaps you will start taking this very seriously when I tell you that you are about to receive the final test. Hello RQ, how's it going? I'm currently finishing up chapter 5 of this fanfic that I'm reading. Almost close to the end of the stream too. I hope you're doing good. Whoa. Hold on. That did get Bowser's interest. Whoa, are you kidding? Finally, he laughed. Jeez, took you losers long enough. Guess your king finally caught wind of how totally awesome I am, right? We'll see about that. And I'm sure you are aware, King Bowser, this final test is the most important of all. While you have proven that you are without a doubt strong enough to defeat Mario, our Lord must still be assured of your loyalty to him. Bowser blinked. Huh? Yeah, we can't have you go off wailing on Mario without his say-so. Pell agreed. Yeah. If you're gonna work for King Shroud, you gotta go by the book. If you fail this test, then King Shroud will see to it that you are not allowed within a mile of Mario under any circumstances. By force if necessary, Jaff said in a low voice, as serious as ever. Do we make ourselves clear? Bowser frowned at the 3 Darkstriders before finally rolling his eyes. Fine, I get it. So what's the big test then, huh? Simply this. And then Jaff suddenly grabbed Bowser by the wrist and hauled him to the ground. Bowser had to resist howling in pain as some horrible agony suddenly exploded through him. Jaff was doing something to him, focusing all his power into his grip. Bowser's whole arm was going numb with icy cold as the Darkstriders dug his nails into his wrists. Everything was going foggy, and there seemed to be a chorus of distant screams filling the air. Do you swear on your very life that you would serve our Lord without question, no matter the cost to yourself? Jaff roared at him in a voice that seemed to be amplified 1,000 times. Bowser couldn't even tell where he was anymore. All could see was blurry images of smoke. So much smoke. Yeah, I do, he groaned. It was an impossible effort just to get the words out. Do you swear that you will never subvert the wishes of our Lord and never pursue an agenda against his under penalty of death? Jaff went on, his voice drowning out every other sound. Oh, what was going on? Why is it so hard to even open his mouth? Bowser was Wait, is that the narrator talking? I guess it's the narrator talking, okay. Oh, what was going on? Why is it so hard to even open his mouth? Bowser was doubling over in pain. There seemed to be a demonic wind whipping around him, coming from nowhere. Yes already! Do you swear that you have the ability to carry out any wish our Lord asks of you, that you have not lied about your strength, understanding that failure or weakness would carry the same penalty as treachery? If Bowser hadn't been so set on beating Mario once and for all, he wouldn't have had enough strength to speak anymore. But he was, and he did. Yes! Now make it stop! And then, amongst the icy wind and smoke and fog, against the screens may or may not have been there, Jaff nodded. Only those with true ability could have passed that test. Congratulations, King Bowser. And with that, he released his grip on Bowser. Just like that, the word suddenly returned to normal around the king. Oh, they meant world. Oops. Who instantly collapsed to the ground, gasping in exhaustion. With that, you have passed the final test. You have proven yourself worthy of serving a lord, Jaff said calmly as Bowser struggled to collect himself. Jeez, what had those freaks just done to him? Okay, fine. He wheezed, staggered to his feet. I guess that wasn't so bad. Now you guys gotta hold up your end of the bargain. Now I finally got to weigh on Mario, right? Just point me in the right direction. I'll maul the plumber into next week. Not so fast. As I was saying, you'll be granted the opportunity to battle Mario, if the need arises. But I must tell you, it will not. Bowser's smile instantly fell. What? What are you talking about, Knuckly? I thought we had a deal. The deal has been altered. We're about to catch Mario off guard at his next destination and lay a full-fledged assault against him. With all our numbers, he smirked. If, by some unthinkable miracle, he managed to defeat us there, then we will have failed in all efforts, and the task of defeating him must fail to you. He took a few steps backward, along with Pell and Knob. But like I said, that won't happen. Bowser stared at them with his jaw hanging open, and before he could even protest, they already surrounded themselves with smoke and vanished out of the air. After a long moment, Bowser finally found his voice. What the heck? Come back here, you cowards! Nobody dupes King Bowser. He stomped over to where they had been standing, whipping his head around furiously to try and find them, but of course they were gone. Finally, he couldn't contain himself any longer and just threw his hand back and roared. Rah! I hate this country. Author's note. With any luck, the post-chapter will be up in a few days too, since A, you guys had to wait so freaking long, and B, I want to churn out as much as I possibly can before Paper Mario 3DS hits the story with a cannonball. Get it? Cannonball? Banned for life. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right, I forgot. This is a pre-Sticker Star world that this story was written in. Oh. Do I read this now, or do I want to save this for later? Actually, let me look at the chapters list. You know what? I think I could just, I think I could just end the stream right here, actually. Yeah, I think we read enough. And what's here is just basically the post-chapter stuff that's meant to transition into the next chapter, which I think is kind of a good, good start to the next stream. But yeah, that was chapter 5 of Paper Mario, The Temple of the Sun. You were late. Yes, you are late, RQ. Yeah, this stream has been going on for like 3.5 hours, which I say is about good enough for me. But yeah, to kind of share my thoughts on chapter 5, it was a pretty good chapter. I definitely like where the character of Maisie was going. Like, it had like a appropriate oppressive atmosphere. One thing I would say though, now that I'm so late into this fanfic, is I think when it comes to how the writing goes, like, I've kind of started to realize that it's like, I actually really like how the post-chapter stuff works. Mainly the chapter interludes, when it's just like Peach, Luigi, and Toadstool together, and just Bowser by himself. Because, the thing about this fanfic overall is the fact that it's basically trying to be like another Paper Mario game. Like, you're supposed to have the impression that this is like a real Paper Mario game happening. And as such, a lot of the writing in this fanfic is meant to create the vibe of you like playing a game. Like, they go into detail about like where the characters are going and what they are doing. That, from a storytelling perspective, isn't necessarily the most compelling thing. Like, there's a lot of descriptors where it's kind of like that then Mario goes up to this platform and hits a switch to go up, that kind of thing. And I feel like with the chapter interlude stuff, it doesn't really go into that as much, and because of that, I think it kind of flows a lot better as a result. There is like a pretty compelling story in this fanfiction, but I feel like a lot of the stuff that's meant to be like recreating the vibe of you playing a Paper Mario game, those are the parts where I think it's a bit more fluffy, I would say. Like, it's not like the kind of thing I look forward to reading. It's more kind of like something to get over if you want to get to the good stuff. Like, I would say this right now, like, these chapters are divided usually into like 4 or 5 parts, minimum at least. And I feel like, I feel like really, if you kind of just cut down on a lot of the sort of video gamey descriptions, like, it could have easily been like 3 parts. Like, I don't really think the video game aspect of this fanfic really benefits the story, in my opinion. Like, I mean, it definitely helps to create this sort of immersion, but part of me wants like a Paper Mario story that just embraces the story aspect and not just the fictional game aspect, basically. But even so, like, I still enjoy my time reading this story, like, despite that issue that I'm just now really feeling is apparent. But yeah, that's gonna be it for Temple of the Sun. Next week, probably do... So I actually had this idea that, like, for storytelling streams, I could save these for Monday because, one, I absolutely don't have work after Friday, and it allows me to like stay up longer at night. And also, I think it's like, I don't think I'm gonna call it Fanfic Fridays, but like something like Fiction Fridays or something could be like a neat little category series or whatever you call it. But yeah, it's just something that's kind of out of my mind, and I'm just happy to read the story again and see where it goes. So let me look up. Is there anyone streaming right now? Yeah, no one's streaming. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for the stream. Thank you so much for watching me read through the story with a somewhat hoarse voice in the middle because I didn't eat or drink this morning. It's like 1:08 p.m. right now, so like it's about lunchtime. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great weekend. And by the way, Eric,
well, actually, I'm not gonna share this on stream, but I will contact you sometime later this weekend because I am making progress on that thing that I'm doing for you. So, but yeah, you all have a good night, a good day, a good afternoon, whatever point of time you're at, and yeah, see you later. Bye.